manufacturing and various other sectors. So when you are going to your clients and telling them, look here, I'm going to solve your problem, you do not have to put up huge scaffolding and really look into what's really wrong with your manufacturing setup. Did anyone tell you that, look here, I don't really need you because I would rather stick to what I've been doing for ages put together? And that really helps us because we believe in the jugaad mentality. Does the jugaad mentality really stop entrepreneurs like you?
No, it definitely doesn't stop entrepreneurs like me. But you're right, these manufacturing plants are commissioned long, long time ago. There are some plants which are 25, 30 years old, etc. And then there are some set processes which the entire unit is used to following, right? And then there is somebody who just walks in and says that, hey, we can completely disrupt the way you're inspecting. Of course, nobody believes that at first. But then when you're able to showcase a proof of concept and showcase what the technology could do for them, when I'm able to commit that we will be able to ensure that all your inspections will be 100% safe, because now you don't have to send human beings inside confined spaces like inside a chimney, inside a boiler, inside a tank. So when you actually demonstrate, and not just the tech bit but also the ROI bit, then that's when customers warm up, and that's when customers want to at least try and adopt the technology. So this was a challenge for me 5 years ago, but now I'm happy to let you know that some of our customers have actually included it in their SOP that without this drone or tech-based inspection, we will not send a single person to do the repair work. So that is, I think, a huge culture shift that we've been able to ignite, which is great for a country like India.
Is there a cultural shift that you really look into your sector? Because again, that's an emerging sector, so obviously new ideas are being welcomed. Today you have perhaps the armed forces really welcoming each of the moves that we are making, because there is a lot of change that's really happening. But what about space? Now, for instance, in space, for the longest time, we said, okay, look here, why can't ISRO essentially do what NASA does? But the fact of the matter is that we have prevented, ISRO to really get that wings that they need. Private players did not really come into the picture because they were prevented from doing so. Today, things are really changing, but is it really enough, or have we really missed the bus?
I think when it comes to space tech, there is a lot that India is doing, and there's a lot that still needs to be done. I mean, all said and done, we still have only 2% of the space tech market. But having said that, I think the dramatic change that has happened in the last few years is how government has been quickly turning around, supporting startups, discussing their ideas. So for example, one of the things that we are developing is we have this grant from Ministry of Defense where we are building this amazing state-of-the-art synthetic aperture radar technology, where these sensors will be literally able to see inside this room, even underground, in day, in night, and amazing resolution, and create a full 3D. This is the kind of technology that probably only US or maybe Russia has, I don't know if China has and all that. But this is the kind of technology they are backing a startup to develop. And on basis of government grants, we were able to raise further lot of equity from private sector as well, which is really helping us. And nowadays, it's not unheard to see space tech companies raising anywhere between $10 to $100 million. And so that has definitely started happening. And I'm sure, India will have a little bit of catching up to do, but I think things will change in space tech.
You spoke about the VCs and the fact that, there isn't enough in the market to really push new ideas. And when we talk about the big tech, this has happened in the past too. When you've had a Google and an Apple and a Microsoft really coming up, it is we who have been driving it to a certain extent. Why does that really happen? Why is it that we do not have the AI first approach, if I may say so? If we're told we have that kind of an approach, probably things would be very different. What stops us from adopting an AI first approach?
I think at least talking from the financial point of view, everybody like who I have spoken to, they typically tell me that, look, India is not a big enough market to support, say, for example, the work that we are doing. If we built out, just take a case, we built out a frontier model or a foundation model that has our languages, our context. Most of the people then start arguing that, do we even have users in terms of who would pay us? Users are many. ChatGPT right now, India has the highest number of users in ChatGPT. We are top 3 when it comes to consumption of Hindi TTS model 11 Labs. 11 Labs is a US-based company. So a lot of utilization is happening. But again, I think our mindset is stuck with, oh, market is not big enough to ultimately attempt something like this, which I don't seriously believe in. India is an emerging economy right now, right? Even with the scale of users, even if you take a subset of those users, convert them into some sort of paying customers, that itself is a huge market as of now, and that adoption is right now happening. So I think from, at least from finance point of view, these people need some statistics, some numbers. I think now India has started giving them out these numbers, on top of which they can create their thesis. So that's on the aspect of finances. Otherwise, I don't see a problem, to be very frank. Like in terms of when we look at, can an Indian company sustain the kind of work that OpenAI is doing at a global level? I would say definitely yes. We should attempt it. And why just even just restrict ourselves to India when we can actually do some amazing work globally? Take a case for the work that my colleague is doing. If we build out this tech, why can't we just sell it to friendly nations? And India would be more than happy to export defense-related our IP to the friendly nations out there. We have that capability. We have that know-how of doing it. Why can't we export frontier technology, AI technologies to the rest of the world? We can absolutely do it. Middle East is there, who is like a big enough market as of now. Middle East is not known for technology. We are known for technology, but it's a big enough market for us to work with them, capture that particular market too. So India has a lot of opportunity right now. We are already in the game of tech. People have known us for services. We just need to shift to a new mindset where product takes center, where AI takes center, and ultimately build it out and then maybe work with others.
You say there is a lot of opportunity, and that's probably everyone who says when it comes to our market. What is that opportunity that is there, but it's not been handpicked by us? So for anyone probably here who's sitting here and wants to have that kind of a dream that I want to be part of this emerging technology which is going to drive perhaps the years to come next. That's the next big thing that we are really staring at. What is that one big opportunity that is there, not seen, not touched?
Very broadly, I would say multidisciplinary. Anything that you do in multidisciplinary is a hotbed as of now when it comes to innovation. But when you go specific to certain aspects, I would say robotics and quantum is what I am leaning towards. And if you add like an AI tadka into it, that is super fantastic. So quantum is going to boom in the next couple of decades for sure. Robotics is going to boom in the next couple of years, not even decades, because robotics is quite hot right now. So I would say that if somebody wants to explore ideas, I would advise them, if you have the technical know-how, be at the cutting edge. Be at the cutting edge. Don't even look anything below that. Just work on the cutting edge. It would be super hard to do that first, but I think we have enough support to do it, and you will be able to crack it for sure.
Akash, when it comes to quantum, we have seen the defense wants to really get majorly into it, and therein lies another problem for especially a country like us, because we do not have that scope, or we have the scope, but there is not enough that is available right now. Do you believe that is an area that's untapped?
Yeah, I mean, quantum definitely, as my colleague pointed out, is going to be a big area because, see, right now all our encryption systems are practically hackable by a quantum computer. And so to make something, first of all, quantum proof, and then to design it at the next level where, there are these quantum systems that ensure an ultimate level of safety. So that is definitely an area which I'm sure defense is also looking at. Another thing that is related to this, which we experience, and recently, as you might have seen with Operation Sindoor happening, one of the things that defense, we had a discussion with them, was that most of the drones that were being used in these warfares, they were getting easily jammed and spoofed. Right. And so they came back to us and said, can AI solve this issue? And we went back to the drawing board and we realized that if the drone itself has its own brain, its own eyes on the platform itself, so that it's not dependent on GPS, it's not dependent on satellites, it's not dependent on radio telemetry communications, then the drone can actually fly without getting hacked, spoofed, or jammed. So this is that's an interesting technology that, I'm sure many others are working, but we are also on it. And I think once drones become hack-proof, then there will be another fire and forget, like our BrahMos missiles. And so you can pick up any problem. I mean, and that's one of the good things about being in India, is that there is so much to be solved. To all the youngsters here, I'll say, don't complain about what's broken here, but actually see that as an opportunity. Everything that's broken is an opportunity to solve. And then you can apply AI in most of these areas, and you will find that, that there's so much to be done.
Can I ask you, because you talk about how drone spoofing, that is a major area to be looking into. In Ukraine, when the war actually began, for the longest time, we were essentially told that the war. I was there, and at that point in time, we were told that perhaps it's a limited war and it's going to get over in the next 10 days because Ukraine cannot ever match up to Russia from the military power. And thereafter, the story really changed. In fact, it turned out that there was a drone unit in Ukraine, and there were filmmakers who were part of those drone units. Drone has really changed the way countries are really now fighting. Warfare tactics have completely changed. Do you believe that is an area that perhaps would be the key focus right now?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the current conflicts that are going on, drones are practically being used like bullets. The first line of attack and the first line of defense is drones. And look at a country like Ukraine. They have the capacity to build millions of drones every year. India is nowhere actually close right now. And so this is something we have to learn, not just how to build those great products, but how to scale them up well while keeping the cost low. And so I think drone technology is another big area where many youngsters like you should be looking at how to build them at scale, build them smart, and build them for reliability in long range.
One thing, Niharika, when I was really looking at the portfolio that you're really handling, the thing that strikes us the most is as what Akash said, there's a problem and you find a solution. In the ideas that you've had, it looks like there was a problem, you found a solution, and a unique solution, because there are not too many in this area where you are working right now. How do you think things have really changed for you over the last few years, particularly keeping in mind that there isn't too many players in the market? Does that worry you, that, okay, it has not really worked for some, it has worked for you, and the market seems to be all yours?
So I think this has to do with where each company is when it comes to digitization. For example, if you look at Europe or if you look at the US, there is higher level of digitization, therefore higher level of adoption of these robotic technologies, right, in the manufacturing sector. In India, we're still catching up when it comes to digital transformation. Having said that, of course, we have the early mover advantage, and now there are a few players who are trying to, come up with similar technologies, etc. But what we've realized in the last 5 years is that the crux of this entire digitization for manufacturing is to move from reactive to condition-based monitoring, and then finally to predictive. That is what the future for manufacturing is. So what we've built at Volar Alta is essentially a layer of intelligence that is able to ingest data points from drones, from crawlers, from quadrupeds, from other types of robots, and then convert them into actionable insights and give it back to the customers, right? So not just that, actually. There is also the problem of data sitting in different silos, because each of these robots is now, giving you in different formats. So somebody needs to also solve for the interoperability issue. So that is what we are working on at the moment, and that's what the software platform that we've built is able to deliver to our customers. So,
were you ever told that you are too expensive?
Yes.
Even
Always.
now?
Even now, yes.
And how do you really respond when someone tells you you're too expensive, I don't need you?
So the thing is that we aren't even capturing a small percentage of the value that we are creating for our customers. So for example, so far we've been able to deliver 96% downtime reduction. You know what that translates for large enterprises in oil and gas cement? It's crores of rupees of production, right? So we aren't even capturing even like 0.1% of the value that we're generating for our customers. So,
but just speaking from the economic point of view, it's far more cheaper, it's far more reliable,
yes,
and it's more safer. Then what stops?
No, no, nothing stops. It's just that like 4 years ago, they were excited to kind of adopt the technology. So, of course, it's new tech, etc. So it'll be a little premium. Okay, accepted. Now we're delivering about 6 to 7 assets of inspections per day, which otherwise traditionally a 110-meter tall chimney would take 17.5 days. I'm doing the same inspection in less than an hour, right? So now they're kind of used to getting that level of service. And now after they've gotten used to it, now it's like, okay, now let's go back and let's negotiate, right? So it's that cycle, but you keep innovating, you keep adding new features, and then you kind of figure out a way to still stay premium.
Abhishek, did that ever happen with you where you were told that you're too expensive because this is an idea, it's a luxury item that we are really looking at. Why do I really need this kind of a translation to really happen at a go? Were you ever told that?
Yes, we have been. So we have this product called Realtime Voice AI. Basically, any developer can come utilize our platform, WebSocket-based APIs to build out any kind of voice agent. As of now, voice technology is actually quite expensive, I would say. So many people have actually inquired about it, and they're like, we can't pay that much money, and especially for the kind of scale that we are looking at. We are working with them to reduce the cost, at least in terms of technology. But yes, AI in general, as of now.
How does that really benefit? Say, for example, if someone here who's sitting here and wants to use your technology, how does that really help for any specific problem? Can you give perhaps an example of how things really change with the application of your tool?
I will give an example because that's a very interesting example and like literally on the ground example. So my team is working with someone right now. What they are trying to do is like if you go to a samosa shop right now on the street, right now that vendor is like super bogged with orders that they are getting like at a sweet shop or something. Somebody is working on this voice box, very similar to what Paytm has done, but Paytm is only confirming your payment, right? Once you have paid something. This guy wants to create an AI agent which is sitting right at the counter. You can just go and talk to that particular agent and ask, "Bhaiya, mujhe 5 samosa chahiye." And immediately there is a backend system which takes the order, and that agent then confirms, "ठीक है, आप 50 रुपए पे कर दो, ये आपके बराबर में QR code रखा हुआ है." You can just pay using the QR code, or even voice-enabled payment can be done using that. And the payment is done, and agent is the one who is basically taking your order, confirming the order to a back-end team, and then ultimately delivering it. This is all happening at a samosa shop, like at a local shop, which is there. So our product is a very horizontal product, I would say. Anybody can come in and build any kind of voice agent. It could be as simple as doing sales, marketing related calls, and in the back end you will have these AI agents which can just talk to you and
all languages, because nowadays it's extremely risky in some parts of the country. If you don't know this language, you can get beaten. Your tool, does it actually have all the languages?
It has all the languages, and we are adding support. Like all the languages are not of equal quality as of now. Like that's a problem, but we are trying to fix that. But yeah, if somebody says, "Oh, I don't want to talk to you in Hindi, maybe in some other language," there is a system which can basically switch on the spot, so you can actually do some amazing work over there as well. But the important aspect is voice agents. We have also figured it out that India is not a very text-savvy market. Like we are not typing in our native languages right now. My first language is Hindi. Frank, don't ask me to write anything in Hindi. Most probably I'll fail. But I am using my language as a mixed code language where I'm mixing Hindi with English as well. So India is a voice-first market. So if we have to adopt AI at scale, it will only happen if we have voice support embedded into whatever AI is doing. And that would become very natural way of interacting with AI. So that is where I think India is moving towards, and that is where most of the use cases will ultimately get deployed.
Akash, before I ask this question about what I really am interested in, I would say that the wildest dream that each one of you have had, the AI wildest dream. But before that, I want a quick question with you, Akash, with regards to what really sort of upsets you when an idea like yours may not have really found resonance in this room that you are in. Is there anything that really upsets you, especially keeping in mind that you have come from a country where things have really worked fast, may not really have required that kind of persuasion, and you see that it requires a hell lot of persuasion here? What upsets you the most?
I think one of the things that is upsetting is to see a lot of really, really good entrepreneurs, and they've been doing some really good work, and then somehow struggling to scale up, even to test their ideas. Huh? And that is something which, to some extent, I agree with what my colleague said. I think it's about the ecosystem. I mean, I'll give you an example. So one of the biggest and the first breakthroughs of the modern generation AI was something called protein folding problem. Huh? This was done by a company called AlphaFold, which eventually Google bought for about like $400 million or something. And I think their founders recently even got Nobel Prize for that. And now this is a problem where they took a problem of finding structure of a protein. Huh? Okay. And it's critical because if you can figure out the protein structure, you figured out the basics of life. You will know practically, discovery of any kind of drug, any disease, building biodegradable stuff. I mean, all kinds of problems can be solved. Now, a problem like this, I'm sure entrepreneurs in India could have also built. But this would have required a sustained R&D effort of 4, 5, X number of years and sustained fund flow of like millions of dollars going in. Huh? So this kind of appetite is still building in India. Huh? So when you see a ChatGPT coming out and when you see an AlphaFold coming out of somewhere, do we have that appetite to spend 4, 5 years of good R&D to build really good product, have that patience, have that money coming in? Huh? And I would definitely say things have changed in the landscape in the last several years. Definitely at least the horizon have gone to at least 2 to 3 years. But I think once people develop that horizon of 5 years, you will see a lot many more things happening. And that is something I really hope that if someday I get into investor shoes, I have that appetite. So.
I'll borrow this from Abhishek because I saw this on your website. You said tech for humanity. And humanity faces a lot more problems in today's time. I want to ask each one of you a quick solution for what you believe is tech for humanity in your language. What about you?
Since I've been working in the manufacturing space and I've actually seen firsthand the kind of pressure, the kind of work that human beings have to do to keep the plant running, it is unimaginable, right? So for me, it would be great if I'm able to build a complete end-to-end tech-based solution that is completely automating the way inspections are conducted, completely automating the way repairs are conducted, right? And then that means we are not sending a single human being into a hazardous work environment and kind of impacting lives, or rather making the quality of life much better. So for me, it is about complete automation on the operational side of things, specifically when it comes to inspections and maintenance.
Okay. If any one of you have any question, you all can ask, but a quick answer on this. Tech for humanity, what does it mean for you and for you?
So why that line on the website first? So our long-term goal, I want to talk about that particular aspect because what we are moving towards is basically generalized intelligence. And what that essentially means is that if we can build out a parallel brain, which is basically an AI, which is equivalent to the brain of all humans combined in all the different domains, right? So what we are trying to do is basically replicate all the knowledge that is available in the world, put it into an AI, so that that AI becomes amazing in doing all the things. Now, what can be done with that particular generalized intelligence? We are tackling major challenges across the globe right now, which are around climate change. Food crisis is a major problem right now in the world. We have to figure out how do we ensure food security, not just in India. There are continents which are like very bad right now. And what I personally believe again is that I don't want to solve AI just for very trivial use cases because there is a lot of energy investment that is also going into building out these models. But can we ultimately go towards creating a generalized intelligence which can then help human beings? We are not being replaced by AI as of now. Help human beings to ultimately solve some of these pressing problems. That is what I would want to be. And if somebody gives me like hypothetically like unlimited money and time to do it, I would immediately go and solve that particular problem in one shot. But we don't live in an ideal world. We have to build businesses, we have to build revenue. And hence, given this larger goal of creating generalized intelligence, I think the path toward is doing research, spinning some of these research products into money-making products, earn revenue, fill that particular gap of research and funding using the revenue that we are generating so that we are self-sustaining. So it's sort of like a cycle. And ultimately, once we go in that particular cycle, we'll be solving and we'll be going towards our broader vision of solving for humanity and essentially building out the generalized intelligence.
Akash, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I see happening, and it might happen rather quickly, is these smart AI agents, when they develop, every one of us will have our own sort of agent. So I have an agent of mine, you have an agent of yours. Our agents could actually meet and decide whether an actual meeting is even needed. And that's going to start happening very soon. And it'll save a lot of time, definitely. But then it'll go to the next level, and we'll have our own robot clones. Okay. And they will work, they'll behave like us. And then at some stage, it will come to a place where practically there won't really be much work for any one of us to do. And that can be a good thing if we somehow able to build a utopian society and we are able to somehow keep people meaningfully engaged. I don't know how. But if we find a way, then I think it will be a really good, amazing society. If not, then maybe this could be something difficult to manage. But one thing for sure is, I think the world is moving in that direction, and it might hit you sooner than you think.
Your answer almost classified the wildest AI dream. So I want to end this by a quick one from each one of you. The wildest AI dream, Niharika.
Yeah, like I said, right? And complete automation. That would be the wildest dream for me.
What about you, Abhishek?
On the positive side or the negative side? Because
you choose. You're telling them. So they are the ones who are going to listen to your wildest AI dream.
Okay. I'll give both. On the worst side, and we should be very mindful of this, and a lot of people are actually discussing about it, is simple funda on ethics of AI, I would say, because that's if we are not very careful, I'm not talking about, by the way, of like a Terminator kind of scenario, although that might also happen, I'm not very sure. But at least going on the ethics side, that these models are hallucinating a lot, and we need to figure out like a lot of these methods on how to reduce that particular bit. But if we are not careful, we might end up not being a power user of AI, but ultimately a doomsday kind of situation where we over-rely on these systems. Some studies have actually shown that over-reliance is also not that good. We are actually hitting our cognitive abilities. On a positive side, definitely, I think AI will be very common in terms of our day-to-day life, as even he was mentioning that even today, I think all of us are using AI in some form or the other. I think it will become even more common going forward. And everywhere you will find AI. To be frank, we are not even thinking about the use cases where we will be finding AI going in the future. So super excited about that particular time.
Trust me, a lot are already using in the newsroom as far as AI is concerned. For good or bad, we'll talk about that later. Last, what about you, Akash?
Well, so one of the things is with AI is, if I talk about a wild dream, is that it's going to get as powerful, if not more powerful than nuclear power. And that's, I'm talking at a level of country. And so the faster we can get in mastering this AI for India, I think the stronger we'll become as a nation, not just in terms of defense, but in terms of economy, in terms of general lifestyle. So I think it's important that a lot of youngsters come and bring into it. On a more personal level, what I see happening is that suddenly AI will start behaving like humans. And I don't know, did you guys see that movie where recently that heroine was a robot in that movie and she was exactly behaving like a human being? I forget the name of the movie. But I think this will start happening at some point of time. And at that point, you will have to sort of look at whether how you treat human relations versus a robot getting into your life was just as good, if not better. So that's again going to be a wild dream, which, if it does come true, you're not sure if it is for better or worse.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Niharika. Thank you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Getting you the latest coming in after Trump's tariffs moves on India. Prime Minister Modi says that it's time to revive the Swadeshi spirit. That is right. We'll get you all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Viewers, top headlines we're tracking right now. Operation Akal is underway. One of the biggest crackdowns on Lashkar enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down. Manhunt on to trace the rest. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju slams Rahul Gandhi, says his remarks on Arun Jaitley are factually incorrect and deeply disrespectful to a leader who served the nation with integrity. Asian Cricket Council announces venue for India-Pakistan match. BCCI continues to maintain silence amid national call for no cricket with terrorist day. A 15-year-old girl who was allegedly set on fire by unidentified individuals in Puri district of Odisha on July 19 succumbed to her injuries at AIIMS, Delhi. MNS workers vandalized in night rider bar in Panvel. FIR has been registered against around 10 people. Police have launched an investigation into the incident. Viewers are getting you some more updates coming in right now. MNS workers, including women members, vandalized a night raider bar in Panvel. An FIR has been registered against around 10 people, viewers. The police have launched an investigation into this incident. So this is some back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. The latest is that there has been a case. I repeat, there has been a case of MNS workers, including women members, vandalizing a bar. That is right, vandalizing a bar. Let's put those pictures out for our viewers. Okay, they are there. They are there on the screen for you, and an FIR has been registered against around 10 people. Police have launched an investigation into this incident, viewers. Now this is coming in as we have seen back-to-back updates of MNS workers targeting non-Marathi people and non-Marathi institutions. So this is not the first time we have seen that there has been a case of MNS workers creating ruckus, vandalizing bars, vandalizing shops, slapping people who refuse to speak in Marathi. So this is one more update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we have seen that Raj Thackeray, MNS leader, has criticized any kind of operations which are run by non-Marathis and questioning why they remain open if they're deemed, and why are they open? That is right. So I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Satya Prakash, we have seen, this is coming after Raj Thackeray has made it very, very clear that, he is not pro any institution, any kind of bar, any kind of, any outlet which is being run by anybody who's non-Marathi. And that's when we see these pictures coming in for our viewers on their screens.
देखिए शिवांगी, जिस तरह से मनसिक कार्यकर्ताओं ने पनवेल में जिस तरह से बार में घुसकर तोड़फोड़ किया है, कहीं कहीं कुछ दिन पहले ही राज ठाकरे ने रायगढ़ में एक सभा लिया था और सभा में कहा था कि जो रायगढ़ है जो शिवाजी महाराज का राजधानी था, और इस राजधानी में कैसे ही खुलेआम बार चल रहे हैं, बिना परमिशन का बार चल रहे हैं, और परमिशन कौन दिया। तो कहीं कहीं राज ठाकरे ने मुद्दा उठाया था। इसके बाद मनसिक कार्यकर्ताओं ने देर रात में बार में घुसकर तोड़फोड़ किया है और वहां पे काफी हंगामा किया है। जो मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने कहा है कि जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में डांस बार बंद है, उसके बावजूद कैसे यह बार चल रहा था, इसीलिए कहीं कि जिस तरह से राज ठाकरे ने जो पार्टी प्रमुख उन्होंने मुद्दा उठाया, इसके बाद मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बार में घुसकर तोड़फोड़ किया है। फिलहाल पुलिस का कहना है कि जिस तरह से मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बार में तोड़फोड़ किया है, इसको लेकर हमने मामला दर्ज कर लिया है और जल्दी ही इन पर कार्रवाई किया जाएगा।
That's right. Thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you on the story. Thank you for joining us there. I really have to move ahead right now because we have to go ahead to what is happening. Now we see, viewers, the breaking news coming in. Kulgaon encounter enters day 3. That is right. 2 terrorists have been neutralized. 1 has been injured, viewers. The hunt right now is underway for 2 more terrorists. And now the encounter resumed again early in the morning. Now the counter-terrorism operation is being carried out in Agartala area of Kulgaon district. A Jammu and Kashmir Police Special Operations Group, Army and the CRPF will launch the anti-terror operation. So we'll try to, of course, get you what's happening on the ground. But the encounter is still underway in Kulgaon. 2 terrorists neutralized, 1 has been injured. This is a 3rd encounter in Jammu and Kashmir this week alone. We have seen that the security forces are going ahead and neutralizing any kind of threat. I repeat, any kind of threat which is coming up, especially days after those terrorists who were involved in Pahalgam attack were neutralized. They were killed. After that, we are seeing Operation Akhal is underway. Let's go straight across to my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us live right now. Zeenat, Kulgaon encounter enters day 3. 2 terrorists neutralized. If you could just take our viewers through exactly what is happening as we speak.
Shivani, this is an encounter that is taking place in the Akhal village. This is the forest belt of Divsar, Kulgaon in South Kashmir, where the security forces received a tip about the presence of terrorists day before yesterday when they were doing the castle. And the security forces came under heavy fire that were coming from the terrorist side. Yesterday, during the 2 terrorists, the locals are believed that they have been neutralized. 1 has been identified as RSPC, who comes from Pulwama, and the another 2 is a local terrorist. Now, meanwhile, there is a group of the terrorists, the foreign terrorists that had infiltrated from the Riyasi into this Kulgaon. That is what we are picking, and this is the foreign terrorists, the Pakistani terrorists who have sneaked in, and the Joint Security Force.
All right, I'm having some issue with the audio, Zeenat, so I will be coming back to you right now in a short while once you fix it. But Kulgaon encounter enters day 3. Two terrorists have been neutralized, viewers. Operation Akhal is right now underway, viewers. Joint operation by it's a joint operation by the police, by the army, and the CRPF. So it's a joint operation by security forces to really flush out these terrorists. And you can see those pictures coming in on your right hand of a screen of the 2 terrorists who have now been neutralized already, viewers. Remember, this encounter began on Friday evening, and the Army's Chinar Corps has said that the terrorists have been neutralized. The operation is still continuing. A joint team of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Army and CRPF launched a coordinated search operation in Akhal forest area of South Kashmir's Kulgaon district. The action was based on specific intelligence inputs about the presence of terrorists in the area. That is what we are hearing right now in terms of what is happening. And we'll try to, of course, go across to our reporters as well in a short while from now, because we need to understand what is happening on the ground. Left hand of your screens, you can see the pictures coming in from earlier today. These pictures are deferred. I repeat, these pictures on the left hand are deferred, coming in from Kulgaon, Jammu and Kashmir. And on the right hand of your screens are the LET terrorists who have now been neutralized, viewers. And the operation, remember, has turned into an encounter after these terrorists opened fire on the security forces. The forces retaliated. Okay, so firing had resumed on Saturday morning as well. So it started on Friday. Then Saturday we saw firing. And the ongoing operation has been named as Operation Akhal. That is right. The ongoing operation has been named as Operation Akhal. We'll try to, of course, get our viewers more updates about what the latest is. How many more terrorists are hiding? How many terrorists are engaging with the security forces? But this is the big update coming in right now on Republic TV. Okay, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories. We're tracking the 15-year-old girl who was allegedly set on fire by 3 unidentified people in Puri district succumbed to her burn injuries while undergoing treatment in AIMS, viewers. Very unfortunate news coming in, but the Odisha burn victim has succumbed, I repeat, has succumbed to the burn injuries. And the girl was set on fire by 3 unknown people in the morning of July 19th at the banks of the river, the Bhargavi River in Puri district. Now she has sustained 70% burn injury. So these are some back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Very, very unfortunate news, because remember, the Odisha CM had expressed shock in this case. The cops have been going ahead and conducting a probe. I want to go across to Aditya, who's joining us. Aditya, we see that the burn victim has succumbed to her injuries, and it's very, very unfortunate. Also, we know that the probe is also on simultaneously. If you could just take our viewers through the latest coming in.
Yeah, there are 2 major updates coming in from AIMS Delhi. The first one is that the CM and the Deputy CM from the Odisha have expressed their regret on the incident, calling it to be unfortunate and unexpected. Now, this incident occurred after the girl was being abducted and was set on fire. Then she was admitted to AIMS Bhubaneswar. Then she was airlifted to AIMS Delhi. Now, the Odisha police has urged not to make any sensitive comments regarding the incident, as the investigation is in the final stage as probe is being conducted.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Odisha CM had said, despite all efforts of the government and the round-the-clock endeavors, we see that her life could not be saved. I pray for the internal peace of the girl's soul and strength to her families. Very, very shocking update coming in right now. And if you could, Aditya, take our viewers through some more details coming in, because this has really shocked the state of Odisha. And just take our viewers through more details about what the probe is leading towards.
Well, currently the probe is about the 2 cases. The first about the abduction. Now, how the matter started was the girl was out with her friends. On the midway, she was abducted by unknown people, and then she was set on fire on the riverside. Now, this is what the probe is stating currently. Now, what the probe will lead to is who to identify, what to investigate in considering with the nature of the crime, which was actually to abduct, but later resulting into the firing, the set on fire. The girl was set on fire. So this case is actually abduction plus a set of a fire of the 15-year-old girl. Then this investigation is currently at a mid-scale, but the investigations are at the final stage, which will be conducted, and the probe will be scheduled in this matter, considering that whether what investigation can be led to the last, and but most the important factor here is that whether the miscreants will be arrested when the justice will be served to the victim in this case.
Aditya, yes, Aditya, the probe, like you said, is still continuing. We will be coming back to you for more on the story. It's a very unfortunate news coming in. Odisha burn victim has succumbed to her injury. It's a very shocking case coming in from Odisha. We're getting some more reactions on the story. Let's go ahead and play it out for our viewers. All right, some breaking news coming in. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju also has fact-checked Rahul Gandhi over his comments on veteran politician Arun Jaitley. Kiran Rijiju says, and I quote here, "How much one person can lie?" He further said that Arun Jaitley died in 2019. So how can he threaten Rahul Gandhi in 2020? Remember that Rahul Gandhi had received criticism time and again for his remark that Arun Jaitley threatened him in 2020 during a farm laws protest. Rahul Gandhi had claimed that Arun Jaitley had threatened him. His son had fact-checked. Arun Jaitley had fact-checked Rahul Gandhi. And now we see that Kiran Rijiju is fact-checking Rahul Gandhi. Remember the LOP, Rahul Gandhi had drawn a very sharp counter from the BJP. And the late BJP leader Arun Jaitley's son, after the Congress MP claimed that the government had sent the former union minister to threaten him over the opposition's pushback against the farm laws. So meanwhile, Arun Jaitley's son Rohan Jaitley had slammed Rahul Gandhi for the comments that Rahul Gandhi has made. He said that the farm laws come months after the passing away of his father. Let's listen in.
देखिए, इसमें दो चीज़ें हैं. एक जो कृषि कानून था, फार्मर बिल था, वो स्वर्गीय अरुण जी के देहांत के बाद लाया गया था सन 2020 में, और सामाजिक तौर पे सबको जानकारी है कि उनका देहांत अगस्त 2019 में हुआ था.
24 तारीख थी,
24 अगस्त 2019 को हुआ था. और रही बात, क्या वो धमकाते थे एज ए नेचर? उनके स्वभाव में ही नहीं था. वो डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस के इतने स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्टर थे कि अगर किसी का कोई ओपिनियन है जो कि किसी अपोजिंग व्यू का है, या किसी व्यू में मतभेद है, या कोई अलग क्रिया है, तो उसमें कोई धमकाने का प्रोसेस नहीं होता. वो एक हेल्दी प्रोसेस है. रही बात दिस एलिगेशन कि भाई मेरे को थ्रेटन किया, इज टोटली डिनाएबल बिकॉज इट इज़ एन इवेंट ऑफ फार्म लॉ विच इज सब्सिक्वेंट टू हिज डिमाइस. तो इसमें कोई बेसिस है नहीं. देखिए, अब ये चीज़ तो वो इस बताएंगे कैसे धमका सकता है कोई किसी के जाने के बाद. उनके देहांत के 13 महीने बाद, अरुण जी के देहांत के 13 महीने बाद कृषि कानून टेबल हुआ. जब अगस्त 2019 उनका देहांत हो, उनसे चंद महीने पहले उनका स्वास्थ्य ठीक नहीं था, वो लोगों से मिल भी नहीं रहे थे. पहले भी बहुत लोग लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन रहे हैं, एंड इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट को बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से होल्ड किया जाता है. देयरफॉर समवन हैज़ टू बी मोर रिस्पॉन्सिबल एंड इन मोर डेप्थ एंड मोर रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड देन मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट्स विदाउट एनी बेसिस.
राहुल गांधी जी को मैं याद करवाना चाहता हूं, श्रीमान अरुण जेटली जी, सभी राजनीतिक दलों में उनकी रिस्पेक्ट थी, एक्सेप्टेंस थी, सर्वमान्य नेता थे वो. उनकी मृत्यु 24 अगस्त 2019 को हो गई, और कृषि कानून 17 सितंबर 2020 और 20 सितंबर 2020 को ये लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में आए और मंजूर हुए. कितना झूठ बोलेंगे राहुल गांधी जी? जब बिल ही बाद में आए तो अरुण जी कब आए? उनकी मृत्यु हो चुकी थी. कब उनको धमकाने आए? राहुल गांधी जी पर डेफेमेशन के इतने केस देश भर में चल रहे हैं कि झूठ बोलकर वो अदालतों में अब तक माफिया ही मांग रहे हैं.
And a political firestorm has erupted after Rahul Gandhi claimed he possesses what he calls an atom bomb of evidence against the Election Commission of India. This explosive statement made in the run-up to the Bihar Assembly elections has drawn a sharp response from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and other BJP leaders who have accused Gandhi of undermining a constitutional body. Here's more on the latest face-off.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh took aim at Rahul Gandhi, daring the Congress leader to back his sensational claim.
वोट चोरी हो रही है और अब हमारे पास ओपन एंड शट प्रूफ है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन वोट चोरी में इन्वॉल्व है और मैं लाइटली नहीं बोल रहा हूं, मैं 100% प्रूफ के साथ बोल रहा हूं, ठीक है। और आप सबको पता लग जाएगा जैसे ही हमने ये रिलीज किया, पूरे देश को पता लग जाएगा कि इलेक्शन कमीशन वोटर चोरी करा रहा है। किसके लिए करा रहा है? किसके लिए करा रहा है? बीजेपी के लिए करा रहा है। ओपन एंड शट है, नो क्वेश्चन।
The Congress MP has confidently claimed that he holds a quote-unquote atom bomb of evidence implicating the Election Commission in alleged voter theft to favour the BJP. The comments made ahead of the Bihar Assembly polls have stirred controversy after he has accused the top poll body of compromising its integrity. Defending the Election Commission of India, Rajnath Singh has emphasized India's global reputation for conducting free and fair elections. He warned Gandhi against undermining a constitutional body, even referencing the Congress party's own history during the 1975 emergency.
FIR के मुद्दे पर विपक्ष द्वारा संसद को बाधित किया गया है और कल नेता प्रतिपक्ष ने फिर से एक अनारगल बयान दिया है और उन्होंने कहा है कि चुनाव आयोग द्वारा वोट चोरी को लेकर उन्होंने सबूतों का एटम बम तैयार किया है जो उनके पास है और किसी के पास नहीं है। ऐसा एटम बम उन्होंने तैयार किया है जो कि वह केवल उनके पास है और किसी के पास नहीं है। मैं राहुल जी से कहना चाहूंगा बहुत विनम्रता के साथ, अगर आपके पास सबूतों का एटम बम है तो उसका परीक्षण तुरंत कर डालिए।
The ECI has meanwhile used very strong words to refute Rahul. And with the Congress yet again questioning the democratic functioning of a central agency, the BJP is not sitting silent either.
कल इलेक्शन कमीशन को धमकी दी, बोला एटम बॉम्ब की तरफ फूटेंगे, इलेक्शन कमीशन दिखेगा नहीं। फिर कहा इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज डेड, आज कह रहे इंडियन लोकतंत्र इलेक्शन सिस्टम इज डेड। अरे भाई, ये ECI का मामला नहीं, ये EMI का मामला है। मतलब कि इमरजेंसी माइंडसेट ऑफ इंदिराज ग्रैंडसन एंड एंटाइटल माइंडसेट ऑफ इंदिराज ग्रैंडसन।
With tensions rising and the Bihar polls on the horizon, can the party really present reliable evidence? Or is this just another ploy to stay relevant?
The Indian Army remains steadfast in continuing flood relief operations in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Punjab, further highlighting the Army's commitment to assist civil authorities during natural calamities. Here's a quick report, viewers. Take a look.
The Indian Army continues flood relief operations in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Punjab. This further highlights the Army's commitment to assist civil authorities during natural calamities. In Madhya Pradesh, columns deployed in Guna and Shivpuri districts were de-requisitioned today following stabilization of the situation. In Dholpur, Rajasthan, an Army column is on standby, ready to respond immediately if the situation deteriorates. Simultaneously responding swiftly to a requisition received from the Deputy Commissioner of Sri Ganganagar, the Indian Army mobilized a team. This team is tasked with providing technical assistance for waterlogging issues due to flood-like conditions. The Indian Army continues to monitor the situation closely and remains fully prepared to respond to any emergent contingencies swiftly.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And getting some more updates coming in right now. Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav attended the groundbreaking ceremony for 6 industrial units worth approximately rupees 1,600 crores in the industrial area of Sehor district. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu vows full support to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari for construction of rupees 70,000 crore highway projects in the state. Speaking at the launch of the National Highways Program, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu has highlighted significant progress in the state's road infrastructure. He stated that the road network expanded from 4,193 kilometers in 2014 to 8,745 kilometers within 5 years during his previous tenure. The Election Commission of India has refuted questions raised by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. Earlier on June 12, the ECI has written a letter to Gandhi referencing an article published in a leading media outlet dated June 7, 2025.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
मसाला भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage. The R4 Sports and Republic TV, good luck.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं
welcome viewers. You're watching Forces First, latest edition, and I am Rakta Mishra with you viewers. We'll start straight away with the biggest story this week, viewers. It is how the Indian Army has avenged the Pahalgam terror attack. This week has been full of events. We'll decode first success of Operation Mahadev, how the Chinese devices exposed Pahalgam butchers, leading India to avenge that dastardly attack. Viewers, 14 days, one deadly mission. Next up will be how Donald Trump announced trade agreement with Pakistan, but Balochi leaders are warning Trump against it, saying that Munir is only fooling him. We dive deep into that. Next up, we tell you everything you want to know about the new revolution, the Rudra Brigade and the Bhairav Battalion, the Bhairav Commandos. We also bring you a special report from Kargil on the Swati radar system, a push for Atmanirbharta. All of this and much more on this edition of Forces First.
जवानों ने बहादुरी के साथ पाक स्थित आतंकवादी अड्डों को चूर चूर करने का काम किया। हमने 9 आतंकी अड्डों को समाप्त किया, परंतु एक भी सिविलियन नहीं मारा गया। नूर खान चकला लहर में तोड़ दिया गया। एक नूर ने पाकिस्तान को पूरी दुनिया में एक्सपोज कर दिया कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर टेररिज्म टेररिज्म है।
It was 22nd of April when the attack happened in Pahalgam. 26 innocent lives were lost and the country was shattered. It was shaken. Our security forces vowed to hunt down the masterminds. July 28, 3 terrorists gunned down under the operation code named as Operation Mahadev, named after the towering Mahadev peak in Srinagar, which is also a key infiltration route. This was not just any mission, viewers. This had taken refuge in these terrorists have taken refuge in the dense forest of Dachi Gam. We'll show you that map so you can understand the whole geography of it. It's a high altitude rugged area, the Dachi Gam forest, and that's perfectly suited for their jungle warfare training. But little did these butchers knew that they were being watched, they were being tracked. There you have the Mahadev peak, and Dachi Gam forest, Srinagar, is just a little away from there. Pahalgam is quite away. So understand that they travel all the way from Pahalgam to Dachi Gam. And in early July, Indian intelligence intercepted suspicious communications. They got a clue about the Chinese ultra radio communication being active. It was once again Chinese systems that failed Pakistan, and its nefarious plot was thwarted. And the operation was carried out by this team, the victorious team, Operation Mahadev Heroes. The picture on your screens, viewers. And with the trail heating up, the forces had zeroed in on Dachi Gam's treacherous terrain. And that's how the entire timeline goes. Let me also tell you, they were closing in, but the real breakthrough came when satellite phone signals from a Huawei device were intercepted, giving crucial leads on the terrorist hideout. For the next 14 days, our forces relentlessly tracked these terrorists, navigating dense forests, steep hills. 28th of July, they got the first visual of the terrorists via drones, and the recce confirmed the presence of terrorists. They were caught napping, they were sleeping. In the blink of an eye, the first burst of fire hit the target. All 3 terrorists were neutralized. Pahalgam attack was avenged because the mastermind Musa was there, was one of those 3 terrorists. And remember, he was an SSG operative in Pakistan Army. He was a very high-ranking, well-trained commando. And 29th of July, the forensic test confirmed that it was the Pahalgam butcher who was eliminated in this. Meanwhile, viewers, we'll also get you just how the Prime Minister has also, while addressing a rally in Varanasi, spoken about Operation Mahadev's success. He has hailed the valor of our forces.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने भारत का यही रूप देखा है। भारत पर जो वार करेगा वो पाताल में भी नहीं बचेगा। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, दुर्भाग्य से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर हमारे देश के कुछ लोगों को भी पेट में दर्द हो रहा है।
All right, we have former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, SP Vaid, who's joining us on Forces First. Thanks so much for joining us on Public TV. And this has been a very, very special operation, from Operation Sindoor, which was historic in its own self. But yes, the hunt for those terrorists, for those butchers, was still on. It took a lot of time, sir. Could you help our viewers explain that how challenging this would have been in the Dachigam forest, and that it took so many days, and there's a lot of politics around that. Why about the timing, sir? But I think our forces know the best that how challenging this was and how interesting at the same time this was, sir.
Namaskar, you and all your viewers. See, Dachigam is a protected sanctuary. It's a protected forest, and thick jungle is there, and Mahadev Hills looks over this dense forest, and it's very, very difficult area. And look at the precision with which they were actually targeted after conducting recce and getting some information about use of Chinese, as you were mentioning, Chinese communication system. So a track was kept, and how they were observed through the drone, where they had put their tent, is a steep height, and it's almost, if not 90 degrees, around, let's say 75, 80 degrees steep mountain, and very difficult. From the location is so strategic that these people could watch movement of security forces from any angle. So the precision with which it has been conducted, it is great credit to the commanders of the Indian Army, the J&K Police, and CAPF. How they were monitoring ever since this Pahalgam incident had taken place, and this from the ridge line they could travel to this area, and I think they were looking for an appropriate opportunity to attack, because Amarnath Yatra, as you know, the Baltal route convoy passes through Srinagar towards Amarnath, and maybe these people were strategically located there and waiting for an opportunity just to attack Amarnath Yatra also and make another news. And before that, they could do anything. Their interception was actually noticed by our forces, and very well planned, I would say. Very well planned, very well executed anti-terror operation, not giving them even an iota of suspicion. And before they could even react, they were all sleeping. And that is the time, most appropriate time when they hit them.
Yes.
And these three important terrorists were gunned down. Suleiman Shah alias Faisal Jatt.
Yes.
Including his two other associates, Hamza Afghani and Jibran Bhai, all three Pakistanis. And the number one, Suleiman, is a Pakistan Special Forces commando, and how he has been used, and the weapons recovered are very, very interesting. You see, that's what we were suspecting. One of the weapons, apart from other two AK-47 rifles, was American M4 rifle.
Yes.
And the MPs which were collected from Pahalgam were immediately flown. These weapons were flown to Center Forensic Science Laboratory in Chandigarh, and they were matched, absolutely ensuring that these the firing which was conducted in Pahalgam was from these three weapons, and that gives us a solid evidence of forensic evidence how these people are connected with the Pahalgam. Because many people were raising eyes even within your country. Forget Pakistan. Even within your country, person like Chidambaram saying, I'm surprised, who has remained a home minister.
Yes.
They should be shamed. That how are you connecting this with Pakistan? Here is a solid evidence, and then witnesses were brought who had provided them food, shelter, who had seen these terrorists, and I think 4 or 5 of them confirmed that these are these very same
Absolutely.
terrorists.
The Pakistan link, sir, has been clearly established this time, and it's for the world to see how India has struck Pakistan in Operation Sindoor, and this Operation Mahadev, of course, clearly establishes the Pak link to the Pahalgam attack as well. Thank you so much, Mr. S.P. Vaid, for joining us on Republic TV, sir, with your insight on that story. Viewers, now we shift our focus to the other big story on Forces First. Viewers, this is about the so-called oil reserve deal between the United States and Pakistan. US President Donald Trump on the 30th of July announced a trade agreement with Pakistan focusing on developing what he described as massive oil reserves in Pakistan. Now, this deal includes collaboration with an American oil company to explore and extract these reserves. Trump even went on to suggest that Pakistan could potentially export oil to India in the future, to which the MEA has no comments, of course, to utter about. This announcement now comes shortly after Trump imposed 25% tariff on Indian imports. At least he announced that US is going to do that, and along with an unspecified penalty for India's continued trade with Russia. But here's the reality check, viewers. Pakistan's proven crude oil reserves are modest. They're meager. They're estimated to be between 234 million and 353 million barrels, ranking 850th globally. And in contrast, India's reserves are approximately 4.9 billion barrels, over 10 times larger. With a disproportionate demand-supply chain and a lack of infrastructure, the feasibility of Pakistan becoming a so-called oil exporter could be highly speculative. In fact, viewers, there is this deep dive into it, and the twist here. Trump-Pakistan deal appears to be less about oil and more about geopolitical maneuvering in South Asia by Trump. The first strategic factor could be countering China's influence, pressurizing India also. Pakistan is a significant ally of China with deep economic ties, of course, through the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which the US is very insecure about. Then the US move may aim to reduce Pakistan's dependence on Beijing by offering economic incentives. Second, to build supposed pressure on India, as I just mentioned. By touting Pakistan's potential to sell oil to India, Trump may use the deal as leverage to push New Delhi into a more favorable trade agreement with the US and to reduce its reliance on Russian defense supplies, viewers. But there's another angle, of course, from Indian strategic perspective. The Trump-Pakistan oil deal has several implications. The deal strengthens US-Pakistan ties, could embolden Pakistan's military establishment, particularly the ISI, which has historically supported and orchestrated cross-border terrorism on Indian soil. And Trump's suggestion that Pakistan could sell oil to India is impractical given hostile bilateral relations. Now, the challenge for us is robust contingency plans for energy supply disruptions. But the main focus is also, viewers, the Balochistan factor. Most of Pakistan's oil reserves, or the mineral reserves, the gold reserve, the diamond reserves, are in Balochistan, a province plagued by insurgency against Islamabad. They are fighting for their freedom. Increased US investment could further the tensions there, potentially leading to unrest that spills over into India's border regions. And also, the China-Pakistan nexus also comes into focus. While the US aims to counter China, Pakistan is unlikely to abandon its all-weather ally, Beijing. So a US-backed Pakistan could still coordinate with China to challenge India, particularly in the Indian Ocean region, viewers. And we have a special guest joining us on the broadcast for more on this. We have Ahmar Mustakhan, senior Baloch journalist, joining us on the broadcast. So thank you so much for joining us on Forces First. We just saw the reaction, the first reaction that came in from Mir Yar Baloch, Baloch leader. He had written to Donald Trump when this so-called oil reserve deal was announced, and he said that Balochistan is not for sale, and that Asim Munir is only misleading United States. What, in your understanding, is brewing, and what could be the next step from the Balochis?
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate the Republic news channel, and Arnab ji had promised me that the Republic news channel will be calling Balochistan as Pakistan occupied Balochistan.
Yes, sir.
So this is Pakistan occupied Balochistan.
Yes, sir.
And you are actually very kind to the Pakistanis, I think, because you have put in the picture of Shehbaz Sharif. And Shehbaz Sharif doesn't matter in Pakistan.
Yes.
Everything is in Asim Munir's hand. He's the king and he's the king maker. He is the judge, jury and executioner. You see, this is the government in Pakistan is a fake government, because the last elections was won by Imran Khan, who has been put behind bar. So this fake country, this Pakistan, is not like India. It's two different stories. I'm not sure if you saw a very interesting write-up yesterday by Miyamoto Musashi,
yes,
in which he called Pakistan a blot on humanity. And he argued that it's time for this nonsensical state to be balkanized in the interest of all the people in the region. So we in America, you see, I feel very ashamed of our president. And some people rightly call him President McDonald Burger, because he's jumping McDonald burgers like, you see, very unhealthy food, and he's jumping it all the time. So when you eat very unhealthy food, then your statements, your thinking, all are affected, I believe. And we were very shocked when he was calling this failed Marshal Asim Munir as very impressive. In my personal view, only two people in the world might find failed Marshal Asim Munir impressive. One is Maryam Nawaz Sharif, and second is this Donald Trump. This is America is passing through a very erratic phase right now. You might have followed. They have, you see, fired hundreds of career diplomats. They have, you see, just done away with the US aid, and Trump's everything is just transactional.
Right.
And Asim Munir has always been known in the military as the deceiver. He was called the deceiver by his badmates. You mentioned Pahalgam. As you know, just 6 days before Pahalgam, he came to address the overseas Pakistanis, and he said he meant the Punjabi jihadis have the superior culture, they have the superior ideology, and he talked about two-nation theory. Once the two-nation theory was, you see, droned in the Bay of Bengal in 1971. If he still talks about this, we are going to drone it again in the Baloch Gulf. This, whatever Pakistan's mineral resources, everything is in Balochistan.
Yes, yes.
But this president, you see, doesn't know much about history, much about politics.
Yes.
He is just a transactional kind of a person.
Right, sir.
I will really appeal to the, please try to somehow talk with him about the trade surplus, because that is what's bothering him.
Absolutely,
you see, and they are also jealous of India. Please don't think that the US is a friend of India. Indian GDP growth rate is far ahead of the United States and even of China. So this is also bothering, I believe, Mr.
Absolutely,
Trump.
Of course. There is
the kind of
there is frustration in Trump, of course, when India and defense ties with Russia is, of course, bothering Trump. And, of course, now Balochistan fact also is very important. And India, of course, continues to, even in the parliament, it made a mention about what Balochistan wanted to, in fact, this issue was raised for the first time this time in the month session. But thanks so much. That's all the time we have in this segment, Mr. Mustaq Khan, on this story. Now we should quickly focus to the focus on Indian Army's push to be future combat ready following the Operation Sindoor. Now, the discussion centers on new fighting formations recently announced by Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi. The Rudra Brigade and the Bhairav Light Commando Battalion viewers. They're very special this time. The Rudra Brigade and the Bhairav Light Commandos. A brigade that does not wait for backup. That's the Army's Rudra Brigade for you. It is lethal, agile, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The Rudra Brigades are rewriting battlefield playbooks by merging tanks, troops, special forces, drones and artillery all into one seamless war machine.
आज की भारतीय सेना न केवल वर्तमान चुनौतियों का सफलतापूर्वक सामना कर रही, बल्कि हम नित्य प्रतिदिन एक परिवर्तनशील, आधुनिक और भविष्य उन्मुख शक्ति के रूप में तेजी से अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। इसके अंतर्गत रुद्र के रूप में नई ऑल आर्म्स ब्रिगेड का गठन किया जा रहा है, जिसका सैंक्शन मैंने कल ही दिया है, जिसमें इन्फेंट्री, मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री, आर्मर्ड यूनिट्स, आर्टिलरी, स्पेशल फोर्सेज, अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम जैसे फाइटिंग कंपोनेंट्स को एक साथ रखा जाएगा और विशेष रूप से तैयार किया जाएगा, जिसमें शामिल लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट और कॉम्बैट सपोर्ट होंगे। इसी क्रम में भैरव लाइट कमांडो बटालियन के रूप में एजाइल और घातक स्पेशल फोर्सेस का गठन किया गया है, जो सीमाओं पर शत्रु को चौंकाने के लिए हमेशा तैयार है। हर इन्फेंट्री बटालियन में ड्रोन्स प्लेटून का गठन किया गया है। वहीं आर्टिलरी में शक्तिमान रेजिमेंट बनाई गई है, जो ड्रोन और काउंटर ड्रोन इक्विपमेंट और लॉयटर म्यूनिशन के साथ लैस होगी। हर रेजिमेंट में एक दिव्यास्त्र बैटरी भी बनाई गई है, जो कंपोजिट बैटरी होगी और इन्हीं सामानों से लैस होगी। इन चीजों के मद्देनजर हमारी मारक क्षमता अब आने वाले दिनों में कई गुना बढ़ जाएगी।
Right, viewers. So that is, of course, the Bhairav Commandos and the readiness of the Indian Army is on full display. We quickly shift our focus now, viewers, to the other stories that we are, of course, tracking for you on Forces First. And viewers, this is about, of course, the Atmanirbhar push, viewers. We are going to show you how the Indian Army continues to display the weapons. It has the armor, and one of the reports we got to you from Kargil is on the Swati radar system, the weapon detection radar system that's very much made in India, engineered in India. Take a look. India has been emerging as a formidable force in defence technology, with the Atmanirbharta self-reliance taking the centre stage. And here we are reporting the power of the Indian-made weapons. Right behind me is the Swati defense system. This is the radar system, and it is in fact a WLR. It's a weapon locating radar. It's used during the ceasefire violations, also in wartime as well. And what's more important is that it is developed in India. It is made in India. So we'll just give you a 360-degree view, or whatever angles we can capture of it. It is designed to locate the origin of the hostile artillery, the enemy's artillery fire, and pinpoint the location of the army weapons. Provides critical real-time data to the armed forces and enables them to neutralize the threats effectively. And this has been a game changer time and again in several situations, many situations. It's been a few years since it has joined India's air defense systems, and of course it has played a key role in several situations. And viewers, Lieutenant General Pushpendra Singh assumed the prestigious appointment of Vice Chief of the Army Staff and paid tribute to the fallen comrades from IPKF operations on the first day as Vice Chief of the Army Staff this week. Watch these visuals as we say goodbye on this edition of Forces First. Jai Hind.
Thank you.
बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
इंडिया सोना। कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is in fact the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And getting some more updates coming in right now. Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav attended the groundbreaking ceremony for 6 industrial units worth approximately rupees 1,600 crores in the industrial area of Sehor district. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu vows full support to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari for construction of rupees 70,000 crore highway projects in the state. Speaking at the launch of the National Highways program, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu has highlighted significant progress in the state's road infrastructure. He stated that the road network expanded from 4,193 kilometers in 2014 to 8,745 kilometers within 5 years during his previous tenure. The Election Commission of India has refuted questions raised by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. Earlier on June 12, the ECI has written a letter to Gandhi referencing an article published in a leading media outlet dated June 7, 2025.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Pujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर. कहीं तो न्याय हो गया, और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर. खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था, और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर. उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर सही तरीके से.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. I am Riyanka Chaudhary. We are going to bring you a power-packed schedule for the next 30 minutes. But first, let's get started with the top headlines of this hour. Operation Akal, one of the biggest crackdowns on Lashkar, enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down, manhunt on to trace the rest. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju slams Rahul Gandhi, says his remarks on Arun Jaitley are factually incorrect and deeply disrespectful to leaders who serve the nation with integrity. Asian Cricket Council announces venue for India-Pakistan match. BCCI continues to maintain silence amid national call for no cricket with the terror state. 15-year-old girl who was allegedly set on fire by unidentified individuals in Puri district of Odisha on July 19 succumbed to her injuries at AIIMS, Delhi. M&S workers vandalized the Night Rider bar in Panvel. An FIR has been registered against around 10 people. Police have launched an investigation into the incident. Breaking news coming in, viewers, on top of this hour. Acquitted in the Malegaon case, Sadhvi Pragya repeats claims on Parambir. Says she was asked to name Yogi Adityanath and others by the ATS officer who was torturing her. She also said the verdict is a huge slap on the saffron terror and the verdict is a victory of Dharma and the truth. Once again, Sadhvi Pragya making her statements very, very clear against Parambir. What we understand at this point in time, Sadhvi Pragya has once again claimed that she was asked to name Yogi Adityanath and others by the ATS officer who was torturing her. She has time and again maintained that she was being tortured by Parambir, and Sadhvi Pragya has also said that the verdict, which has acquitted all the accused in the case, is a huge slap on the saffron terror, and of course this verdict is a victory of Dharma and the truth. Sadhvi Pragya has once again made the claims very, very clear. She stands by the statements that she had given previously as well. She says the verdict is a victory of truth and Dharma, and once again doubling down her attack on Parambir, she repeats the charges that she was tortured and she was asked to name Yogi Adityanath. There, once again, Sadhvi Pragya has in fact made those big comments again when there was a landmark Malegaon verdict that had come out and it had acquitted all accused in this case. It was a big win for them and a slap against the saffron terror narrative which was spread by the then Congress government in power. So we will have to wait and see what happens next in this case, but it is very, very clear in terms of Sadhvi Pragya stand that she continues to double down her attack on Parambir.
मैंने पहले भी अपने इंटरव्यू में कहा है, मुझसे बहुत बड़े बड़े लोगों के नाम जबरदस्ती बोलने के लिए कहा उन्होंने। मैंने वो नाम नहीं बोले, उनके अनुसार मैंने काम नहीं किया, इसलिए उन्होंने मुझे प्रताड़ित किया। और उन नामों में विशेष तौर पर माननीय भागवत जी का नाम, राम माधव जी का नाम, हमारे माननीय मोदी जी का नाम, योगी जी का नाम, माननीय इंद्रेश जी का नाम और तमाम वो नेता जो बड़े बड़े नेता हैं उन लोगों के नाम लेने के लिए कहा कि उन्होंने कहा और हमने ऐसा किया, ये बोलो। मैंने उनकी बात को नहीं सुना और ना ही माना, इसलिए उन्होंने मुझे प्रताड़ित किया। मैंने बार बार ये कहा है, बहुत ही निकृष्ट, बहुत ही अधम व्यक्ति है परमवीर सिंह, क्योंकि उसने हर सीमा पार की है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है और कानून से बाहर जाकर के उसने मुझे प्रताड़नाएं दी हैं। अकेले परमवीर सिंह ने नहीं, पूरे एटीएस के अधिकारियों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, पुरुषों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है। उन्होंने मुझे गैर कानूनी 13 दिन तक रखा और 11 दिन की कस्टडी, इस प्रकार से मैं 24 दिनों तक पुलिस कस्टडी में रही और प्रताड़नाएं झेलती रही एटीएस की। सत्य की जीत हुई है, जो सुनिश्चित थी, क्योंकि धर्म और सत्य हमारे पक्ष में था, इसलिए जीत होनी ही थी। सत्यमेव जयते, ये मैं पहले भी बोली थी और वह सिद्ध हुआ। विधर्मियों के, देशद्रोहियों के मुंह काले हुए हैं, उनको जवाब मिला है और देश हमेशा धर्म और सत्य के साथ है और ये रहेगा।
All right, viewers, moving on from that, some more big breaking news coming in at this point in time. What we understand that the Asian Cricket Council unveiled the complete schedule and venues for the tournament. The tournament is set to be played from September 9 and India versus Pakistan fixture will take place on September 14 in Dubai. Pakistani chief of ACC, Mohsin Naqvi, hard-shells India-Pakistan match, but viewers, the BCCI still remains silent. BCCI silent as the Pakistani chief of Asian Cricket Council said the terms of the match. So that is the big question coming in. What exactly is happening given so much backlash regarding this particular match? The cricket is still going to be continuing between India and Pakistan. National interest being compromised at some level is what we understand, given the fact that Asian Cricket Council has unveiled the complete schedule and venues for the tournament, which is set to be played from September 9. And the India versus Pakistan fixture will take place on 14th of September in Dubai. That is the venue which was announced. And the Pakistani chief of ACC, Mohsin Naqvi, has hard-shelled India, the Pakistan match. But the BCCI continues to remain silent over massive pressure being mounting on it. Although the location has been changed, but the match will continue to take place. The row continues over this particular match. The BCCI needs to answer several questions as to why in such a dire state condition there is so much silence when it comes to this particular match. All right, let me go across to retired Major General Rajan Kochar, who's joining us this morning. Appreciate you, sir, for giving your time to Republic TV this morning and speaking for this very important issue that has come to light. You know, there has been so much backlash regarding the silence of the BCCI. And even though the venue has been changed, why do you think this match should continue? You know, the national interest is what is the priority, but cricket is still continuing.
Thank you, Priyanka. Very important observation which has been brought by you. Why should we play cricket with Pakistan and even in neutral venues? Is the BCCI so dependent on its revenues, that it doesn't want to lose this revenue, or there is a larger context to it. If you remember, Prime Minister Modi had said that water and blood don't flow together. So why should cricket and blood flow together? So it's very important to understand the sentiments of the people of the country, the sentiments of the armed forces who have fought a recent battle with Pakistan, Operation Sindoor. And since we have cut off our trade ties with them, there are no flights, there is absolutely no bilateral relations with Pakistan. And to top of that, we have ensured that we have a new normal in place. So then, what is this new normal we are talking about? Is this new normal suggesting to us that we play, cricket with Pakistan? So I think a larger view has to be taken by the government, and the BCCI has to be reined in now. And if you remember, recently there was a veterans tournament also in Egbaston, United Kingdom, where the players themselves walked out of this tournament, and India did not play Pakistan in the semi-finals. So I think a similar kind of decision has to be taken. And in case the government is not taking this decision, I would like to appeal to all the players of the Indian cricket team to boycott this tournament en masse. You see, you have to respect the sentiments of the people. You have to respect what this means to a country who has suffered at the hands of Pakistan by perpetuating terrorism in India. Pakistan is still doing that. We just had an encounter, Operation Mahadev, where we killed, 3 of these terrorists. And then again, we had another encounter yesterday where 2 more terrorists were killed. So from where are these people coming? These people are coming from Pakistan. And what is the deterrence? What is the cost Pakistan has to pay for it? We are not making it costly for Pakistan. And these tournaments, see, the entire revenue this tournament actually gets is because of India's participation. Because the kind of people worldwide, the diaspora in other countries, Dubai, and where this tournament is being held. So I would, through your channel, I would like to appeal to the government and to the BCCI that they need to review their decision and straight away announce that India will not take part in this tournament.
Major General Kocha, although the fact that the Pakistani Chief of Asian Cricket Council, Mohsin Naqvi, he has, rather set the terms of the match, and somewhere it's like the BCCI is bowing down in front of Pakistan. Why not put sanctions? Why not consider the sentiments of people over revenue?
A very good point, which actually you have mentioned a few days back. I had also made a statement saying that we need to impose sanctions on Pakistan. We need to impose this in the meetings of the ACC, in the meetings of the ICC. We need to present evidence, and today in Operation Mahadev, we have been able to get that evidence. We have these satellite sets. We have the coordinates in Pakistan to whom they were actually corresponding to, and from where this information was coming in. So we need to build up a close and a shut case, especially in ICC first, because right now it is the Asia Cup. Because you see, what will happen is we play in Asia Cup, then the other tournaments will follow, and a precedence would have been actually set in. So I think this is the right time to bring about these sanctions. And why should Indian cricket actually suffer at the hands of Pakistan? It is Pakistan which needs to suffer, and Pakistan needs to be barred from all these tournaments. We need to take up this case straight away with the ACC.
Absolutely. Major General Rajan Kochar, appreciate you giving your time and joining us and giving your opinion in this very important piece of news that we are tracking, and we continue to put nation forward. And also moving on now, some breaking news coming in on the other side. Court has extended custody for activist Mirang Baloch for another 20 days despite absence of credible evidence. Dr. Baloch and her colleagues remain unlawfully detained on terrorism charges for peacefully advocating for human rights. The judiciary repeated extension of their remand underscore its complicity in the state oppression and the worsening human rights crisis in Balochistan at this point of time. So that's the latest breaking news that we are tracking for our viewers at this point in time. Ladies and gentlemen, this story is of two sisters, Kashvi and her little sister Arohi. Despite their young age, they are battling a very harsh reality: spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder weakening their muscles daily. The family is struggling to arrange the funds, and despite their best efforts, they are finding it really challenging to make ends meet. The parents Rekha and Keshav are now reaching out for help, appealing to the viewers to donate and share the story. With your support, Kashvi and Arohi can get the treatment they need to survive and live a healthy life. You can dial 7501496545 or scan the QR code to contribute to their cause. Now, every little bit counts, and your help can give these two innocent souls a chance at life. This is their story.
She is Kashvi, 2.8 years old. And this is her sister Arohi, a month old. Both of them too young to understand that all is not good with her. Two little sisters who light up the world with their presence, but behind their smiles a harsh reality looms. Kashvi wasn't gaining weight and wasn't achieving milestones like other kids her age. After several tests, her parents received the devastating diagnosis that she has SMA type 2.
So she was like 2.7 years old. It was detected last month in 23rd of June. So luckily she didn't have any kind of, previously she used to have a lot, like she used to do coughing and she used to catch cold and every time so that was what she used to face previously. Right now her symptoms is
if she's sitting in a position, she will keep on sitting on that. She will request us that she wants to stand, she wants to play with other kids. So
yeah, she wants to say I need to stand, I need to walk, okay, please help me to walk, like those, like in her these things she says like that.
She wants to do it, but her body is not supporting to do that.
Yeah.
Spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder that's weakening their muscles day by day, every day. Kashvi gasps for breath. But the woes for Kashvi's parents didn't end there. 3 weeks after, their younger child detected SMA type 2. Their younger child Arohi was also diagnosed with the same genetic disorder, but this one more severe than SMA type 1. Without treatment, life expectancy is often less than 2 years in SMA type 1. Meanwhile, in SMA type 2, with the treatment, life expectancy can be improved and some individuals can live well into adulthood.
Yeah, so SMA type 1 is more harmful. The reason is it's more deadlier, we can say, compared to type 2. And if it is not treated, in the early stages of this, like it is going to affect more because it has severity problems for the respirations and all these things, and usually it is seen that like the child does not able to celebrate the second birthday also. So for type 1.
So I think within 3 months we will be able to see the symptoms in her. As of now, there are no symptoms in her, but within 3 months there will be symptoms like breathing problems. She won't be able to swallow and all those things. So type 1 is much more critical than type 2.
Lack of reflexes, inability to sit without proper support, abnormal breathing pattern, difficulty swallowing, which can lead to growth issues, are few of the many problems that Arohi is facing. On camera, you may see them smiling and breezing through life one day at a time, but that is not the case. Their only hope is Zolgensma, a life-saving gene therapy that costs a whopping rupees 16 crore.
There are 2 options only for her at this moment available in India. So one is Zolgensma, so that is a one-time gene therapy, and it costs around 16 CR at this moment. It includes shipping and all these things, customs and all, like but
Tax, GST, everything included.
After their younger child detecting the same disorder, they are in dire need of more financial support. Their budget has now increased to a staggering rupees 18 crore.
We also connected with Novartis, like who is actually producing the medicine or drug. So what they have mentioned, like they were also speechless when they heard about both the daughters are SMA. So the best thing what they told us is what they can do is like the cost of the medicine is 16 crores, but the first EMI or first installment we have to pay is 9 crores. In 9 crore they will give the injection, and like doctors can push that injection to our baby. So minimum 9 crore for one kid we need. So total 18 crores are required as of now to save our both the daughters.
Right, it's 18 CR at this moment. Like we were fighting for 16 CR, and now it's 18 CR what we can manage now.
Kashvi's family hails from Kolkata. Her mother, Rekha Kumari, comes from a family of Navy officers and is now working with a private company. Her father, Keshav Kundu, holds a job in IT sector.
So I come from a defense background. My dad was in defense, Indian Navy, and I'm working in IT industry, like I'm working in Wipro, and nobody in my family has any symptoms, like nobody is having anything, nobody's aware about SMA in my family. So there was nothing like that. And
and my parents were like state government teachers in Assam, so they were like my schooling and everything was done in Assam. Then due to like college in Bangalore, and then I settled down in Kolkata at this moment. And so like in our families also there is nothing as such identified, and like unfortunate that we are the carriers, and even we don't like doctors are saying that you taste this the same MLPA test. But what's of use? Like, we are not going to plan anything. Like, right now we have only 2 daughters, and we need to sit in.
From private companies to government jobs, they've knocked all the doors, but the climb is very steep.
So we have sent out applications to PMO office, President of India, and like the CM, because I was born here in Assam, so I had sent an application to Assam as well, and I'm trying to get back to Kolkata, because that is where I belong from at this moment, because I'm staying there with my family. But I'm stuck with all this. Like my younger daughter has now been detected in AIDS. So, but I have
written
the applications to CM of West Bengal as well as the Governor of West Bengal. So those things we are doing, and we are trying to reach out to the celebrities or influencers here in Delhi. And but yeah, like most of the things here is like they are
not getting a very positive response or very big amount. It's like all the audience are helping us, or like common people are helping us by donating some minimum to maximum amount, whatever they can contribute. Even my father, he comes from an Indian Navy background. Whatever the contacts he has circulated between them. It is only we are getting help from common people.
While Kashvi and Arohi's fate have nudged them in the clutches of the severe medical condition, they continue to fight bravely each day without knowing what lies ahead.
Have a bigger fight to go.
Absolutely.
So I want to appeal like the people of India as well as abroad people who are helping us, and to entire nation to come forward and help our like I as a parent, we don't have any choice between the two daughters, like which one is going to get the Zolgensma first and which is going to be the Zolgensma second. So I am not thinking in that way. I am thinking in the direction that I mean for both the daughters we need it and we have to provide it. So
and we need it as soon as possible for both of them.
Right.
The advanced gene therapy Zolgensma holds the key to their survival. You can be the difference between the life and death for these two innocent souls. Rekha and Keshav have set up campaigns for crowdsourcing, and if you have questions, you can dial the father on 7501 496545 or even scan the QR code displayed on the screen and give these two sisters a shot at life. Do your bit of one good deed today. Share the word, donate whatever you can, and help Kashvi and Arohi get back their childhood.
Viewers, coming up on the other side, Operation Akal, one of the biggest crackdowns on Lashkar enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down and the manhunt is on to trace the rest. Also tracking, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju slamming Rahul Gandhi, saying his remarks on Arun Jaitley are factually incorrect and deeply disrespectful to a leader who served the nation with integrity.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. महमूद मुजावर जी, थैंक यू, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, मुजावर जी?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था। और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे साथ, आपने एटीएस के बारे में बात की थी। आपने बोला एटीएस ने एविडेंस को फिक्स किया था। इस पूरा केस
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. Incidentally, this is completion of 1 year of Get Me Right. This week, I picked 3. 1. A recap of how Bangladesh has turned into a bastion for anti-India forces since the government of Sheikh Hasina was deposed this same week last year, and how India has responded. 2. In the age of AI, artificial intelligence, which jobs are safe and which would vanish soon? Information that would forewarn to forearm. And finally, the logic behind Donald Trump's going after India. Why has the American president taken his gloves off against us? Is it frustration or something more? Let's get going. A US Navy F-35 jet crashed near the Lemoore Air Force Station in Kings County, California, Thursday morning. You might wonder, what's the connection with a crashed American F-35 and Trump's tariff war on India? Let me explain. Another F-35 was the center of a meme fest in India when one belonging to the British Royal Air Force made an emergency landing last month in Thiruvananthapuram of Kerala and got stuck there. Both the British and the Americans struggled for a month before the bird could fly back last week. The fighter jet is a showpiece of cutting-edge American war machine, and a mystic of invincibility has been created around the platform. US President Donald Trump had made an offer for the same to Prime Minister Modi during his February visit to Washington, D.C. India said we would look into it, which basically means a polite no in typical Indian bureaucracies. The two instances quoted above prove India was right. Trump obviously did not like it. Having offshored much of their manufacturing to China over the last 4 decades, America pretty much has only 2 sectors left to tom-tom and export: agriculture and defense. After all, how many apples you can export? So obviously defense and connected military-industrial complex become the biggest trade chip for Donald Trump to push, possessed as he is with correcting the trade imbalance with the rest of the world. In the month of May, 2 US Navy fighter jets, FA-18 Hornets, fell off the aircraft carriers they were on while deployed in the Red Sea in a span of just 8 days. On the civil aviation side, there have been 60 deadly air crashes in the United States till the month of May alone, leading to the death of 188 persons. The big one was in Washington, D.C., where a military helicopter collided with a descending passenger airliner, killing all 64 on board. 2025 is proving to be the worst year in terms of aviation safety in the United States of America. The point I am making is that America is a nation under stress. This might sound like pop sociology, but this high rate of air accidents is evidence of fraying nerves of the American society. It is dealing with a China breathing down its neck and struggling with a multipolar world that is increasingly slipping out of its control. It is in this backdrop that Donald Trump is waging his tariff war. His fusillade against India on Thursday seemed very personal. 4 times he railed against us in a single working day. Twice through his Truth Social posts, and twice during his press engagements.
India is preparing to face higher U.S. tariffs between 20 and 25%. Is that what you're tracking, or what do you think the rate will be for India?
They are going to pay 25%.
He is riled that India is not opening up its agriculture and dairy sector. He's annoyed that we continue to buy oil from wherever we get it cheap, including Russia. He's mighty angry that India politely yet firmly refused to make a big, beautiful order of the meme-fested F-35s that he offered to us in February. Trump's frustrations are many. The entire edifice of his campaign last year was built on his promise to end the Europe war on his first day in office. It is 190 days plus now.
I will end the war in Ukraine, I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening, and you have no idea how close we are.
If anything, the Europe war has intensified. In earlier episodes, we have captured how Trump has swung from calling Putin a reasonable friend to a knee-jerk, I hate him. And it's not just Putin of Russia. Despite all the insults heaped on him at the White House, Zelensky of Ukraine has proved to be a tough nut as well. He escalated his war a month ago on the eve of a Trump phone call with Putin, sending a message Trump could only control a White House roast, not the war on the ground. Donald Trump first announced with some bluster a high tariff of 130% on China. The figure now languishes somewhere between 15 and 30%, with no clarity on whether Xi Jinping would oblige by not retaliating. Trump has been cowering since and seeking a summit with the Chinese dictator. In an example of how brainless the tariff war is turning out to be, Brazil has been slapped 50 to 90% tariffs despite the United States having a trade surplus with them. Coming back to India, the Thursday tantrum came despite trade deal talks still on between both the sides. The timing perhaps something to do with the Operation Sindoor debate in Parliament.
There is no linkage of trade. There was no linkage of trade in any of those conversations. And there was no cost between Prime Minister and President Trump.
The fact that both Prime Minister Modi and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar made it amply clear that nobody had any role in the India-Pakistan ceasefire must have riled the American president, who has made it the leitmotif of his life to claim credit for stopping the standoff in South Asia. Trump seems hell-bent on rocking the boat of India-US ties. The hesitations of history are returning with a sense of déjà vu. Like Kennedy and Dean Rusk tried to take India in a pincer over China, or Nixon Kissinger pivoted to Pakistan for their larger Beijing policy. So it seems Trump is now falling over Pakistan, frustrated by India's refusal to play his game. Trump is forcing India to take a side, something India has not done historically since 1947. We have withstood tremendous pressures, including from the Americans, and in much dire times, when we lived from ship to mouth for food, when we had not enough to feed and clothe our population. So it's unlikely it is going to happen at this stage, when we are the fourth largest economy and raring to go as a nation and society. Those who know Prime Minister Modi know that he shines when the tide is against him. That the last thing you can get out of him is to make him compromise under pressure. Trump's going bonkers is just an expression of that realization. Ultimately, it is for America to decide. After having sucked with a straw $30 billion and more over the last 2 decades alone for providing its services in Afghanistan, if Pakistan could still harbor Osama bin Laden, if after overseeing so many American soldiers getting killed in the Afghan theater with double games that it played with Taliban, Pakistan can still harbor maximum number of UN designated terror organizations and still get a helping hand from the United States, God bless America. We can take care of ourselves. Moving on to the next one. This coming week marks 1 year of the July uprising, as it is called in Bangladesh, which led to the downfall of the democratically elected Sheikh Hasina government and the plunking of American-backed regime of Muhammad Yunus in Dhaka. A government that has become a national security challenge for New Delhi. A government that is viscerally anti-India. A government that is peopled with those who fancy breaking up of India for a greater Bangladesh. Those who think that India's northeast is dependent on them for its survival. What seemed like an organic student protest to begin with turned out to be a coup, a well-planned conspiracy using the facade of students. Just to jog the memory, listen to Yunus in his own words.
He is known as to be the brain behind the whole revolution. So he denies it repeatedly. He said, not me, many others. But that's how he is recognized, that he's the brain behind the whole thing.
This was in New York, where Yunus was genuflecting before his benefactors. Now let's listen to one of his statements over the last year, which reflects his true mind on India.
7 states of India, eastern part of India, called Seven Sisters. They are landlocked country, landlocked region of India. They have no way to reach out to the ocean. We are the only guardian of the ocean.
His advisor, Mahfouz Alam, in a now deleted Facebook post, called for the annexing of parts of India's northeast to form Greater Bangladesh. Yunus has followed his anti-India mindset with actions. Just a look at the list of those he has got released from jails. Jashimuddin Rahmani, head of Al-Qaeda affiliate Ansarul Bangla team or ABT, was released in the first month of the coup itself. He was convicted of various crimes detrimental to peace and security of Bangladesh, and since his release has spewed venom against India, including talking of training jihadis for Jammu and Kashmir and Khalistan. Then there is Ikramul Haq, alias Abu Tala, also of ABT. He escaped from a high-security prison in Dhaka on the first day of the unrest. He was self-styled India operations head of ABT and was arrested for planning terror modules in India's northeast in coordination with the Lashkar-e-Taiba. He has not been rearrested since his escape. The Yunus regime also let go of Lutfuzzama Babar, a BNP politician who was on death row in connection with the Chittagong Armory case, in which 10 trucks carrying arms haul for the northeast insurgents affiliated to ULFA were intercepted in 2004. Babar was junior home minister in the then Khaleda government and was suspected of facilitating the arms transfer in cahoots with ISI of Pakistan. Another BNP leader, Abdus Salam Pintu, known for harboring Pakistan-based Harkatul Jihad-e-Islami terrorists active in Kashmir and helping them train in Bangladesh, was also released in February this year. Pintu was involved in terror financing and radicalization of youth in Bangladesh. The man wanted to bleed India, and Yunus set him free. Extremists are thriving. Anti-India elements are stronger than ever in Bangladesh. This was a fear with security agencies. It has come true substantially. A Pakistan-trained terrorist, Javed Munshi, was apprehended from India-Bangladesh border in Assam while trying to infiltrate as part of a larger design to organize sleeper cells across India's east and northeast. This has been a pattern. Islamist elements have got a new lease of life. It is tragic that Indian blood and arms went into the making of Bangladesh, and all has been forgotten. The new set of politicians in power and rewriting the 1972 Constitution, which might be revealed on August 5. The legacy of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman has been scrubbed clean, including destruction of his multiple residences and museums.
শুকরিয়া ধন্যবাদ ছাত্র এবং ছাত্রী ভাই বোনদেরকে স্পেশাল থ্যাঙ্কস আপনারা দেখতে পাচ্ছেন আমি গণভবনের ভিতরে
Just last month, the ancestral home of Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore in Sirajganj district of Bangladesh was vandalized by a mob. Yunus has lifted ban on the Jamaat-e-Islami. This is the same Jamaat which had opposed tooth and nail Bangladesh's independence from Pakistan. Jamaat cadres had fought alongside Pakistan army soldiers, butchering, maiming, raping and killing fellow citizens. Now they control the government, substantially if not fully. Hizb ut-Tahrir, an Al-Qaeda affiliate organization banned around the world, including in Bangladesh, had the temerity to hold a massive public rally for caliphate in March this year. Nasimul Ghani, one of the founders of HUT in Bangladesh, was even appointed Home Secretary, thus exposing the full collusion between Yunus and anti-India forces. And then there is the issue of targeting of minorities, specifically the Hindus. Last 1 year has seen atrocious violations of their human rights. According to the Bangladesh Buddhist Hindu Christian Unity Council, an umbrella minorities organization, in the first fortnight alone, over 2,000 incidents of targeting of Hindus took place, including desecration of 69 temples. ISKCON leader Chinmoy Krishna Prabhu Das remains incarcerated in jail for over 8 months now. Mamunul Haq, leader of Hifazat-e-Islam, an amalgam of Islamist forces, asked Hindus to be deported from Bangladesh just this week. And last week, while Pakistan's Home Minister was visiting Dhaka, Bangladesh decided to allow those Pakistanis holding diplomatic and official passports visa-free entry. Obviously, that includes all army officers and ISI operatives. In fact, ISI Chief General Asim Malik, who is now Pakistan's NSA also, visited Dhaka in January this year, and reports suggest groundwork was laid to activate ISI presence in Bangladesh's border areas with India, particularly with the northeast. It's a grim picture. These are images from this week of a plane crash in Dhaka. The military plane crash-landed into a college building, resulting in the death of 19 and hundreds injured. As Bangladeshi authorities scrambled, it became clear they were not up to the task of handling the crisis, particularly on the medical front, with those injured suffering severe burns. India immediately came into action like a good neighbor and a first responder in any time of crisis. We sent in a team of doctors with supplies to assist the injured in Dhaka. You know why this narration is important? India came to the rescue of citizens of Bangladesh in their time of distress, despite a rabid anti-India sentiment being spread by the Yunus regime since it has come to power last year. Hopefully, better sense would prevail. On to the third and final segment.
I actually mean that. I don't like the name artificial anything, because it's not artificial, it's genius. It's pure genius.
Last week, I brought to you an aspect of artificial intelligence, its ideological position, and the impact this was having on geopolitics of the day. Trump had released America's first AI mission document and called for AI to be nationalist, not woke, not Marxist, confirming with his mega theme, Make America Great Again. This week, another aspect of AI made waves, if not directly in the headlines, then the force behind the headlines. In India, the information technology behemoth, TCS, or the Tata Consultancy Services, announced it was restructuring its workforce to reflect the new AI realities. TCS would retrench 2% of its mid-career level employees, or 12,000 engineers, as part of the exercise. There was a parallel headline in the same day newspapers of GCCs, Global Capacity Centers, hiring big time with double-digit growth in their businesses. GCCs are like back-end offices of multinational corporations, which were earlier clients of the likes of TCS and Infosys. Over a period of time, a couple of decades actually, they realized why pay these Indian IT companies if they could themselves set up their back-end offices in India, dipping into our IT talent pool. The result is for all to see. The TCSs and the Infosys and the HCL and other Indian IT companies are paying the price of not rising up the software food chain. The AI disruption has caught up with their complacence and is leading to this belated belt tightening. The concept itself is not new. Some of the early big tech companies of the United States, like the Texas Instruments, set up their own back offices in India way back in the 1990s. JP Morgan Chase, that set up its GCC in 2018 with about 20,000 workforce, now employs 55,000, roughly 1/10 of TCS. The trend has caught up big time, with the country now hosting about 1,600 of them with an annual turnover of $60 billion plus. A substantial part, if not all of this business, is what the TCS and Infosys and the HCL and others would have lauded over. That still does not mean the sector and other jobs in other professions are not under the AI cloud. This week also saw a release by Microsoft of a report on the impact of artificial intelligence on how employment is set to change going forward. Those among you watching, if you are a student or a lawyer or a painter or a teacher, this is useful information to arm yourself for the market at any level of your career. The Microsoft report lists 40 jobs that would face lesser prospects and 40 that would weather the impact and might be called AI-proof in terms of job security. Let's focus on the jobs that are set to lose their sheen first. And if you are in those professions, beware. The job of translators and interpreters tops the charts and is in the most danger of going extinct. If you want to know exactly how, take a look at this clip.
ये दोनों देशों में जो बातचीत होगी, ट्रेड होगी, जो बढ़ेगा.
Don't bother, we can use English word in between. Don't worry about it.
His Excellency, I've lost the speech.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Sorry, do you want me to repeat? Yes, okay. I think we understand each other well. I mean,
do you see how the translators struggled with words when Keir Starmer was speaking on India-UK FTA deal? With PM Modi by his side, AI would do the job easily and without that groping for words. You can effectively learn multiple languages as a hobby, but not to pick a profession. Historians come next as an endangered species, and why not? The copious data that AI can guzzle in a jiffy and regurgitate after rearranging, historians can't match that. Plus, they have ruined their reputations by letting their ideologies influence facts. For decades, or perhaps more than a century now, these eminent historians have not been able to give a reasonable evidence of the Aryan migration theory, for example. The debate remains hot. If you're going to write tomes justifying Aurangzeb as a pious, benevolent dictator, then you are sure losing your job in the world of AI. Writers, journalists, editors come next. In fact, there's a pattern. Those at the lower end of the value addition in the intellectual pyramid, data scientists, accounting clerks, web developers, market research analysts, they are all going to face redundancies. Now let's look at jobs that would survive this AI juggernaut. Godfather of AI, Geoffrey Hinton, has said earlier that the only safe job in the world of AI, perhaps, is that of a plumber. I might have paraphrased it, but if you look at the Microsoft list, at the top are phlebotomists. Remember those in white coats who take your blood samples for tests at path labs. AI proves you can survive if you are a bloodsucker, rather literally. Nurses are not going out of job, as also doctors who are surgeons. Reports keep appearing that AI read scans way better than radiologists. This one is from just a week ago. A woman named Shreya shared her story on X, where she narrated how ChatGPT helped her zero down on an ailment her mother was facing, which 18 months of examination by multiple top doctors failed. The doctors went by ChatGPT advice, changed the prescription, and Shreya's mother is recovering. There are dime a dozen such examples and stories on the internet from around the world of how AI is revolutionizing medical examination and treatment. The principle is same. With its massive data crunching ability, it's like consulting hundreds or thousands of doctors at one go. something not practically possible in the physical world for any patient. Puncture repairers, barbers, masons, truck drivers, and massage therapists, physiotherapists for that matter. So if you look at it, the AI-saved jobs are predominantly the blue-collar ones. AI's impact on all aspects of humanity is going to be all-encompassing. Jobs are only a sliver of that. And mind you, we are like in very early stages of the development of this tech tool. The real age of AI, called the Artificial General Intelligence, AGI, which is still a few years away, would make the present models like the ChatGPT and Gemini look like three rifles in front of a BrahMos missile. That's the comparison in terms of capacity and scale. So brace for it and be on top of the AI game. Thanks for watching.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा प्योर मसाला।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And getting some more bits coming in right now. Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav attended the groundbreaking ceremony for 6 industrial units worth approximately rupees 1,600 crores in the industrial area of Sehor district. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu vows full support to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari for construction of rupees 70,000 crore highway projects in the state. Speaking at the launch of the National Highways Program, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu has highlighted significant progress in the state's road infrastructure. He stated that the road network expanded from 4,193 kilometers in 2014 to 8,745 kilometers within 5 years during his previous tenure. Election Commission of India has refuted questions raised by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. Earlier on June 12, the ECI has written a letter to Gandhi referencing an article published in a leading media outlet dated June 7, 2025.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. Shukriya.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Acquitted in the Malegaon blast case, Colonel Purohit returns to Pune today. Celebrities, authors and descendants of Shivaji Maharaj's Sardars and Peshwas to attend the grand procession. NCP SCP MLA Jitendra Avhad has now sparked a row by making statements against Sanatan Dharma, saying Sanatan Dharma has ruined India. Operation Lakhal, one of the biggest crackdowns on Lashkar enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down, manhunt on to trace the rest. Asian Cricket Council announces venue for India-Pakistan match. BCCI continues to maintain silence amid national call for no cricket with terrorist day. Breaking news coming in right now. Acquitted in the Malegaon case, Sami Pragya has now repeated claims on Parambir, that is right, and says that she was asked to name Yogi Adityanath and others by the ATS officer who was torturing her. She also said that the verdict is a huge slap on saffron terror and the verdict is the victory of Dharma and truth. Big update coming in, viewers, right now on Republic TV. Savi repeats charges on Parambir. And this is coming in as she's launched a blistering attack on the Congress and senior police officers, accusing the previous UPA government of orchestrating a conspiracy. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions.
मैंने पहले भी अपने इंटरव्यू में कहा है, मुझसे बहुत बड़े बड़े लोगों के नाम जबरदस्ती बोलने के लिए कहा उन्होंने, मैंने वो नाम नहीं बोले, उनके अनुसार मैंने काम नहीं किया, इसलिए उन्होंने मुझे प्रताड़ित किया। और उन नामों में विशेष तौर पर माननीय भागवत जी का नाम, राम माधव जी का नाम, हमारे माननीय मोदी जी का नाम, योगी जी का नाम, माननीय इंद्रेश जी का नाम और तमाम वो नेता जो बड़े बड़े नेता हैं उन लोगों के नाम लेने के लिए कहा कि उन्होंने कहा और हमने ऐसा किया, ये बोलो। मैंने उनकी बात को नहीं सुना और ना ही माना, इसलिए उन्होंने मुझे प्रताड़ित किया। मैंने बार बार ये कहा है, बहुत ही निकृष्ट, बहुत ही अधम व्यक्ति है परमवीर सिंह, क्योंकि उसने हर सीमा पार किए, हर कानून को तोड़ा है और कानून से बाहर जाकर के उसने मुझे प्रताड़नाएं दी हैं। अकेले परमवीर सिंह ने नहीं, पूरे एटीएस के अधिकारियों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, पुरुषों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है उन्होंने। मुझे गैर कानूनी 13 दिन तक रखा और 11 दिन की कस्टडी, इस प्रकार से मैं 24 दिनों तक पुलिस कस्टडी में रही और प्रताड़नाएं झेलती रही एटीएस की। सत्य की जीत हुई है जो सुनिश्चित थी, क्योंकि धर्म और सत्य हमारे पक्ष में था, इसलिए जीत होनी ही थी। सत्यमेव जयते, ये मैं पहले भी बोली थी और वह सिद्ध हुआ। विधर्मियों के, देशद्रोहियों के मुंह काले हुए हैं, उनको जवाब मिला है और देश हमेशा धर्म और सत्य के साथ है और ये रहेगा।
All right, viewers. So, big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where Saudi Pragya, who was recently acquitted in the 2008 Malegaon blast case, has claimed that she was tortured for refusing to spread false information during the investigation. And she has said that I was asked to spread fake information, which I did not do. That's why I was tortured so much. All right, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories tracking viewers. After his acquittal in the Malegaon case, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit is all set to return to his home in Pune today. Procession will take place shortly. We will go to that, and it will be attended by many celebrities, authors and descendants of erstwhile Sardars of Shivaji Maharaj and Bajirao Peshwa. Remember, viewers, all the 7 were acquitted in the Malegaon case. And we have with us Gopi joining us live from Pune. Gopi, you know, this is a very big moment coming in, because, you know, we have seen how Lieutenant Colonel Purohit has also spoken about, after he was acquitted, he was so happy and he was saying, you know, I finally can serve the nation, I can serve the army proudly now. And we are waiting for that big moment where many celebrities will be attending. This is his homecoming.
Well, in fact, Shivangi, we are here. I would ask my camera person to kindly show you. This is the exact lane from where the procession is going to begin. We are somewhere near to the house of Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. What we are expecting is Rajya Sabha MP Medha Kulkarni will also be in attendance, along with what you were describing, that the descendants of Bajirao as well as Shivaji Maharaj will also be here, along with the prominent authors and actors from the Marathi film industry. This is what we are expecting, and the procession is going to begin at around 12 noon today. But yes, talking about Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, just imagine a man who dons Indian Army uniform and serving the nation for over 3 decades was in fact his name was fabricated in the entire case of Malegaon, and now he has been acquitted. In fact, we happened to speak to him yesterday, and he said that it is a victory for him, and he was always for the nation. He's happy that he'll be able to serve the nation now with full force, which he was doing even while he was in jail. So we are waiting for that moment where grand procession is going to take place at his residence, and we are expecting big people from the Marathi film industry as well as politics will be here just after a short while from now. Back to you.
That was right. And Gopi, you know, you are waiting outside the residence of the Lieutenant Colonel, and you know, I just want you to tell our viewers about, you know, what the Lieutenant Colonel has said. He has been speaking about how he is extremely happy, and he has said that he will serve the nation proudly now. The country is always supreme, its foundation must be strong, and I'm sure his family members who have supported him for so many years are also extremely happy about today's big day. Gopi.
Well, Shivangi, you know, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit was never off duty. Let's tell our viewers that in spite of him spending 9 years in jail, let's tell our viewers that it was in 2008 that he was picked, and then in 2017 he was granted bail. So even during those years when he was in jail, he never failed to serve the nation. He was serving the nation, and he is expecting now that he will be serving the nation with full force. He is in fact associated with the intelligence unit in Nashik, and we will have to understand that the family was traumatized for 17 years. 17 years is in fact a long battle, and we saw how all 7 were acquitted. We saw how Sadhvi Pragya also had said that her life was ruined. In fact, when we spoke to Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, he said that there was a point where he was forced to name a few big leaders of BJP as well as RSS, which we have been seeing since past 3 days now, Shivangi. He was also forced like Sadhvi Pragya, and this was repeated time and again. In fact, they were threatened by the then ATS personnel, and they in fact were said that if you name the biggies, if you name the big BJP leaders as well as RSS leaders, they would be spared. But yes, look at their commitment towards the nation, and we see that after 17 years long battle, they are set free, they are acquitted. Malegaon blast accused, all 7 of them are acquitted, and we are waiting for a mega procession to take place from Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's house in a short while from now. Back to you.
Well, thank you for joining us there with all those details. Gopi, I will be coming back to you when we will be coming back to once the homecoming of the Lieutenant Colonel Purohit will begin. But we are getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates. NCPSP MLA Jitendra Award has now triggered a political storm, claiming Sanatan Dharma ruined India. And he said it's not a religion but an oppressive ideology that sidelined Shivaji, defames Sambhaji and excluded reformers like Ambedkar and others. So this is a update coming in where it's a big row which has been sparked by the NCPSCP MLA. And he has said that Sanatan Dharma has ruined India, and has called it oppressive idea. We'll be going across to we're trying to get some reactions on the story. But this is a big story coming in right now, viewers, where we see that he says Sanatan Dharma has ruined India. There was never any religion called Sanatan Dharma. We are being joined by Vinod Bansal, BHP spokesperson, joining us. Your first reaction, Mr. Bansal. He's saying that Sanatan Dharma has ruined India and defamed our Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj. These are the allegations that are coming in from the NCPSP MLA.
They are the person who never knows about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, who he was and what for he fight for, and how he has spent his entire life just to save the Sanatan Dharma and the Hindu Rashtra. He has made the Hindavi Swaraj. Hindavi Swaraj, what does it mean? The Congress basically क्या है कि बौखला गई है. They have lost their mindset actually. And this is the character of the Congress, that persistently they are attacking on Hindutva, Sanatan, or the pious land of the country actually. लगातार जिस तरह से ये जो हमले कर रहे हैं, आज की बात नहीं, पिछले 70 वर्षों से कर रहे थे, और ये जो एनसीपी है वो उसी का कुनबा है, उसी कुनबे की ये पार्टी है. तो कांग्रेस की कोख में से जन्मी जितनी भी पार्टियां और राजनेता हैं वो सब सनातन द्रोही पहले से ही हैं. अभी जिस तरह से सनातन को नेस्तनाबूद करने का इन्होंने सुपारी ले रखी है, वो भी एक एक करके ग्रेजुअली एक्सपोज हो रही है. They are taking their own roots actually. The Sanatan is always Sanatan. It will remain Sanatan. It cannot be destroyed by their wills and by their hooks and crooks. But ये है कि ये अपना खुद जड़ खोद रहे हैं एक्चुअली. और मैं कहूँगा कि चाहे कांग्रेस हो, एनसीपी हो या कोई और पार्टी हो जो कांग्रेसी कुनबे की हो, उनको अब हिंदू जो जीवन मूल्य हैं जो उभर के सामने आ रहे हैं, जिस तरह से भारत के अंदर हिंदू पुनर्जागरण हो रहा है, वो इनको पच नहीं रहा. इनको समझ में ये नहीं आ रहा कि आखिरकार जब हिंदू एक हाथी की तरह मदमस्त चलता है तो पीछे इस तरह के कुत्ते भौंकते ही हैं। इनकी कोई चिंता नहीं करनी किसी को, कोई समाज को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। ये सोच रहे हैं कि इस तरह से गाली दे करके और हिंदुओं को भी आतंकवादी साबित कर देंगे, कोई सिर पर आएगा, इनका सिर कलम करके ले जाएगा, सरतन से जुदा की गैंग चला देगा। ऐसा हिंदू नहीं करता कभी भी। हिंदू इज नॉट ऑफ दैट आइडेंटिटी और आइडिया। जब पैगंबर के नाम पर ये जो सरतन से जुदा की गैंग चल रही थी, तो ये सारे के सारे नेता किसी बिल में घुसे हुए थे। इन्हीं के नेता जब कोविड के दौरान जो सरकार थी, वो सरकार उनको रजाक आदमी को जो है वो अपने शवों का ठेका दे रही थी, उस समय इनको कुछ नजर नहीं आया। ये अभी जिस तरह से मालेगांव ब्लास्ट के जजमेंट आया है, उसको लेकर के इनको इनकी जो सारी कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी थी वो सारी धरी की धरी रह गई, इसलिए ये लोग बौखला रहे हैं। बट कंट्री इज अंडरस्टैंडिंग देयर व्यूज एंड देयर मोटो। वो इनके चंगुलों में फंसने वाले नहीं है, चाहे मणिशंकर अय्यर हो या कोई दिग्विजय सिंह हो या सुशील कुमार शिंदे हो, राहुल गांधी हो, प्रियंका गांधी हो या ये सोनिया हो या शरद पवार की पार्टी हो। ये सारे के सारे एक ही थैले के चट्टे बट्टे हैं जो हिंदू और हिंदुत्व और हिंदू मानविंदुओं, भगवान, संतों के द्वारा चलने वाला ये देश जो है उस पर आघात करना चाहते हैं। ये पाकिस्तानी माइंडसेट को तुष्ट करना चाहते हैं। आप देखिए जिस प्रकार से अभी मणिशंकर अय्यर ने कहा कि अभी दुनिया का 33 देश बोल रहे हैं और वो उन्होंने तो किसी ने पाकिस्तान को आतंकवादी नहीं कहा। अरे भाई इसी बात को लेकर के तो पाकिस्तान ताली बजाता है। मुझे लगता है कि एक धक्का और तो मुझे लगता है इनको जो है ना सारे को पाकिस्तान चला जाना चाहिए। उनको पता लग जाएगा, औकात पता लग जाएगी कि आखिरकार क्या होता है सनातन और क्या होता है भारत का जीवन मूल्य और क्या होती है उसकी सहिष्णुता। इनकी सारी सहिष्णुता धरी रह जाएगी।
आप जिस व्यक्ति से बात
Right. Okay, thank you for joining us there. Thank you for joining us there. That was with us. We had Vinod Bansal, VHP spokesperson, on this latest comment which has been made. And I really want to go ahead and play the reactions we're getting on the story because this comment by the NCP SCP leader has now sparked a fresh row.
श्रीमान शरद पवार गुट के नेता उन विकृत शास्त्रों का अध्ययन करके सनातन हिंदू धर्म को बदनाम कर रहे हैं, जो मुस्लिम आक्रांताओं ने जानबूझकर उन शास्त्रों में कुछ विकृतियां पैदा की। सनातन धर्म वह है जिसका कोई आदि अंत नहीं। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, इस बात को लेकर के वसुधैव कुटुंबकम मानने वाला यह सनातन धर्म है। इन धर्म में मानव सेवा सर्वोपरि कही गई है। क्या आपने इसका अध्ययन नहीं किया? कौन से विकृत शास्त्र का अध्ययन करके अब श्रावण मास में साधु संतों का करोड़ों करोड़ों उपवास तप करने वाले हिंदुओं की भावनाओं को आहत कर रहे हो?
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Everyone's getting some moments coming in. Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav attended the ground-breaking ceremony for 6 industrial units worth approximately rupees 1,600 crores in the industrial area of Sehor district. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu vows full support to the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari for construction of rupees 70,000 crore highway project in the state. Speaking at the launch of the National Highway Program, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu highlighted significant progress in the state's road infrastructure. He stated that the road network expanded from 4,193 kilometers in 2014 to 8,745 kilometers within 5 years during his previous tenure. Election Commission of India has refuted questions raised by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi earlier on June 12. The ECR has written a letter to Gandhi referencing an article published in a leading media outlet dated June 7, 2025. Viewers, the story is of two sisters, Kashvi and her little sister Arohi. Despite their young age, they are battling a harsh reality, spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder weakening their muscles daily. A family is struggling to arrange the funds, and despite their best efforts, they're finding it challenging to make ends meet. The parents, Rekha and Keshav, are now reacting out for help. They're going ahead and asking you, they're reaching out to you viewers, and they're appealing to you to donate and share their story. With your support, Kashvi and Arohi can get the treatment that they need to survive and live a healthy life. You can dial us, viewers. The number is 7501496545, 7501496545, or scan the QR code you will see soon to contribute to their cause. Every little bit counts, and your help, and you can give these two innocent souls a chance at life. This is their story.
She is Kashvi, 2.8 years old. And this is her sister Arohi, a month old. Both of them too young to understand that all is not good with her. Two little sisters who light up the world with their presence, but behind their smiles a harsh reality looms. Kashvi wasn't gaining weight and wasn't achieving milestones like other kids her age. After several tests, her parents received the devastating diagnosis that she has SMA type 2.
So she was like 2.7 years old. It was detected last month in 23rd of June. So luckily she didn't have any kind of, previously she used to have a lot, like she used to do coughing and she used to catch cold and every time so that was what she used to face previously. Right now her symptoms is
if she's sitting in a position, she will keep on sitting on that. She will request us that she wants to stand, she wants to play with other kids. So
yeah, she wants to say I need to stand, I need to walk, okay, please help me to walk, like those, like in her these things she says like that.
She wants to do it, but her body is not supporting to do that.
Yeah.
Spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder that's weakening their muscles day by day, every day. Kashvi gasps for breath. But the woes for Kashvi's parents didn't end there. 3 weeks after, their younger child detected SMA type 2. Their younger child Arohi was also diagnosed with the same genetic disorder, but this one more severe than SMA type 1. Without treatment, life expectancy is often less than 2 years in SMA type 1. Meanwhile, in SMA type 2, with the treatment, life expectancy can be improved and some individuals can live well into adulthood.
Yeah, so SMA type 1 is more harmful. The reason is it's more deadlier, we can say, compared to type 2. And if it is not treated in the early stages of this, it is going to affect more, because it has severity problems for the respirations and all these things. And usually it is seen that the child does not able to celebrate the second birthday also. So for type 1.
So I think within 3 months we will be able to see the symptoms in her. As of now there are no symptoms in her, but within 3 months there will be symptoms like breathing problems, she won't be able to swallow and all those things. So type 1 is much more critical than type 2.
Lack of reflexes, inability to sit without proper support, abnormal breathing pattern, difficulty swallowing, which can lead to growth issues, are few of the many problems that Arohi is facing. On camera, you may see them smiling and breezing through life one day at a time, but that is not the case. Their only hope is Zolgensma, a life-saving gene therapy that costs a whopping rupees 16 crore.
there are two options only for her at this moment available in India. So one is Zolgensma, so that is a one-time gene therapy, and it costs around 16 CR at this moment. It includes shipping and all these things, customs and all, like, but
Tax, GST, everything included.
After their younger child detecting the same disorder, they are in dire need of more financial support. Their budget has now increased to a staggering rupees 18 crore.
We also connected with Novartis, like who is actually producing the medicine or drug. So what they have mentioned, like, I mean, they were also speechless when they heard about both the daughters are SMA. So the best thing what they told us is what they can do is like the cost of the medicine is 16 crores. But the first EMI or first installment we have to pay is 9 crores. In 9 crore, they will give the injection and like doctors can push that injection to our baby. So minimum 9 crore for one kid we need. So total 18 crores are required as of now to save our both the daughters.
Right, it's 18 CR at this moment. Like we were fighting for 16 CR and now it's 18 CR what we can manage till now.
Kashvi's family hails from Kolkata. Her mother, Rekha Kumari, comes from a family of Navy officers and is now working with a private company. Her father, Keshav Kundu, holds a job in IT sector.
So I come from a defense background. My dad was in defense, Indian Navy, and I'm working in IT industry, like I'm working in Wipro. And nobody in my family has any symptoms, like nobody is having anything, nobody is aware about SMA in my family. So there was nothing like that. And
and my parents were like state government teachers in Assam. So they were like, my schooling and everything was done in Assam. Then due to like college in Bangalore, and then I settled down in Kolkata at this moment. And so like in our families also there is nothing as such identified, and like unfortunate that we are the carriers, and even we don't, like doctors are saying that you taste this the same MLPA test, right? But I mean, what's of use? Like, I mean, we are not going to plan anything. Like right now we have only 2 daughters and right. We need to sit in.
From private companies to government jobs, they've knocked all the doors, but the climb is very steep.
So we have sent out applications to PMO office, President of India, and like the CM, because I was born here in Assam, so I had sent an application to Assam as well, and I'm trying to like get back to Kolkata because that is where I belong from at this moment, because I'm staying there with my family. But I'm stuck with all this. Like my younger daughter has now been detected in AIDS. So, but I have written the applications to CM of West Bengal as well as the Governor of West Bengal. So those things we are doing, and we are trying to reach out to the celebrities or influencers here in Delhi, right. And but yeah, like most of the things here is like they are
not getting a very positive response or very big amount. It's like all the audience are helping us, or like common people are helping us by donating some minimum to maximum amount, whatever they can contribute. Even my father, he comes from an Indian Navy background. Whatever the contacts he has circulated between them. It is only we are getting help from common people.
While Kashvi and Arohi's fate have nudged them in the clutches of the severe medical condition, they continue to fight bravely each day without knowing what lies ahead.
I have a bigger fight to go.
Absolutely.
So I want to appeal like the people of India as well as abroad people who are helping us. and to entire nation to come forward and help our, as a parent, we don't have any choice between the two daughters, like which one is going to get the Zolgazma first and which is going to be the Zolgazma second. So I am not thinking in that way. I'm thinking in the direction that for both the daughters, we need it and we have to provide it.
And we need it as soon as possible for both of them.
Right.
The advanced gene therapy Zolgensma holds the key to their survival. You can be the difference between the life and death for these two innocent souls. Rekha and Keshav have set up campaigns for crowdsourcing, and if you have questions, you can dial the father on 7501 496545 or even scan the QR code displayed on the screen and give these two sisters a shot at life. Do your bit of one good deed today. Share the word, donate whatever you can, and help Kashvi and Arohi get back their childhood.
बहुत ही अदम व्यक्ति है परमवीर सिंह, क्योंकि उसने हर सीमा पार की है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है और कानून से बाहर जाकर के उसने मुझे प्रताड़नाएं दी हैं।
Saudi Pragya Singh Thakur launches a blistering attack on the Congress and senior police officer. She accused the previous UPA government of orchestrating a conspiracy and acquitted in the Maligaon blast case. Colonel Purohit returns to Pune today. Celebrities, authors and descendants of Shivaji Maharaj's Sardars and Peshwas to attend the grand procession. NCPS CPMLA Jitendra Award has now sparked a row by making statements against Sanatan Dharma, saying Sanatan Dharma has ruined India. Operation Nakal, one of the biggest crackdowns on Lashkar enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down, manhunt on to trace arrest. Asian Cricket Council announces venue for India-Pakistan match. BCCI continues to maintain silence amid national call for no cricket with terrorist day. We are live breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. After his acquittal in the Maligaon case, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit is all set to return to his home in Pune today. The procession will take place shortly and it will be attended by a huge guest list viewers. So we have many celebrities, authors, descendants of erstwhile Sardars of Shivaji Maharaj and Bajirao Peshwa. Remember viewers, all the 7 were acquitted in the Maligaon case, including Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. And I really want to go across to my colleague Gopi, who's joining us right now. You know, Gopi, this is huge coming in because Lieutenant Colonel has said that now he can serve the nation very, very proudly. And we also have a big guest list today. If you could just take our viewers through who's going to be there for Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's homecoming.
Well, in fact, beginning from the Rajya Sabha MP Medha Kulkarni, along with that, as you were mentioning, descendants of Shivaji Maharaj as well as Bajirao will be here. And along with that, many prominent faces from Marathi film industry will be here. I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the preparations that are underway for Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's welcome. You can see that you have musicians here. This is a park which is nearby to his residence. I would also ask my camera person to kindly show you that there's a beautiful rangoli which has been made, and this is an old temple where he's going to come here, seek blessings, while we will take a few voices from who have actually organized this procession. There's a group of senior citizen women who have organized this procession. Let's speak to them. Ma'am, you have organized a procession and welcoming for Lieutenant Colonel Prasad. What do you want to say about that?
One mistake in your we haven't arranged for procession. There is another group of Prasad's, Lieutenant Colonel Prasad's friends. They have arranged that procession. But we had arranged it initially for our society. And here is a group of 12 or 17 women, all senior citizens. And this is the only group in the society which meets regularly and without any reason. We don't need any reason to meet. Every day we meet. So we decided that when such a thing happens, then elderly people, one minute.
So, ma'am, he is going to come here. What are the, what is the exact plan? What are you going to do?
Actually, he will come here till his house. He will be in a jeep. And then he will walk all the way to this mandir. Then he will garland the Maruti Murti, or later he will break Nariyal, and then we will have auction. Do you know, 5 or 6 औरतें वो auction करेंगी और उसके बाद हम उनका सत्कार करेंगे.
Right. So, this is in fact one of the senior citizen women from this society who is going to welcome. They have planned certain things for Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, and they are going to welcome him here right at this park. As she was mentioning, this is a temple, Maruti temple. He's going to come here. He's going to offer a garland to the god, and then probably there will be a kind of short event of felicitation which is planned as of yet. Back to you.
Gopi, and you're saying that the preparations are right now underway, and we see that a lot of women have also organized this procession. But let's talk a little bit about the family members. Have you had an opportunity to talk to them? Because we know the family members of the Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, they have really supported him all this time. And he has said again and again that I'm very indebted to my family as well. And of course, the army for supporting him. Yes, Gopi.
Well, definitely, Shivangi, we need to understand one thing, that it was not just Lieutenant Colonel Purohit who was suffering, but it was the entire family. Entire family was tortured mentally in one way or the other. You can imagine somebody's absence from a household for over 9 years. And that was a tricky phase. In fact, we happened to speak to his wife yesterday. She also reiterated this fact that, those were the difficult days, that was a difficult time, but we will have to see that the future is bright. He has been acquitted, and now that what they want to do is to serve the nation, which we have seen time and again. Lieutenant Colonel Purohit has also been mentioning about this, that in spite of his 9 years in jail, he has never left to serve his nation. That is what he intends to do. Imagine over 3 decades of serving to your nation, and then you are kind of fabricated, your name is fabricated in such a big bomb blast case, and where they have put strong allegations. They've put strong allegations towards you that you were the one to plant RDX. I would also ask my camera person to kindly show you that, see, the preparations are underway at this very park where he will be brought. We just spoke to a group of women, a person, secretary of that senior citizen women group, who said that he will be brought here at this temple. He will then be, I would ask my camera person to show you this visual of this temple, where this is the Maruti Nandan Hanuman god, where he's going to come here, offer garland to Hanuman, and you can see a beautiful rangoli which says Suswagatam. So yes, people of Pune, in fact people of his society, are waiting to welcome their own Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. Back to you.
That is right. Gopi, stay on with us right now, because, it's, celebrities will be attending this grand procession which will be taking place. And remember, viewers, that Lieutenant Colonel Purohit has spoken about how he has always been in service And we are also going ahead and getting our viewers more updates in terms of what is happening. If you have Gopi with us, let's go to Gopi once more. If we can just get her back, because we know that many updates are on the story. Let's go ahead. Republic also spoke to a senior RSS leader, Ram Madhav, on the Malegaon blast verdict, reacting to the NIA court's acquittal of all accused, including Sadhvi Pragya and Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. The RSS leader said that the truth has finally prevailed. He called the case a politically motivated conspiracy to defame Hindutva and said that justice has been delayed but not denied.
Mr. Madhav, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you, multiple witnesses have now come on record to state that they were then forced to take the name of RSS leaders. Is the pattern now very clear?
Not now. It was clear to us 15, 17 years ago itself when all this conspiracy began. It was a very well laid out conspiracy. I was privy to the investigation until it was handed over to NIA in 2011. We were very clear at the time that there was a big conspiracy that was being laid out. Firstly, to create a terror equivalent to Islamic terror, to create a non-existent thing called saffron terror or Hindu terror. For that purpose, they laid out a very intelligent trap using agencies and using their, of course, the Home Ministry and all. The consequences we have seen. Innocents were dragged into it, and later they tried to use those innocent youngsters to put force. Use violence, use a lot of torture and all as a means to reach the top leadership of the RSS. I used to handle these cases in the initial years. 4-5 years I have handled them. So I know everything about what those guys were doing. It was a very sinister conspiracy. Look, we came out clean finally as an organization. But today, all those youngsters who were wrongly sought to be implicated in these cases have also come out one after the other. There were 5-6 different cases. The last case was this Malegaon blast case. Finally, the truth has come out that it was a conspiracy by the then UPA government to, number one, of course, create this terror equivalent as Hindu terror, but also to commit the organizations like RSS and other Hindu bodies.
You were saying that Rahul Gandhi had spoken to some of the embassy members, and there was this entire thing about saffron terror being a larger threat.
Oh, yes. So he tried to equate or present it as a much bigger threat than even Lashkar-e-Taiba. That's the kind of propaganda he indulged in. Then the then Home Minister, Mr. Chidambaram, talked about the Hindu terror being a reality. The then next Minister, Mr. Sushil Shinde, who became the Home Minister succeeding Mr. Chidambaram, he talked about it. And Digvijay Singh went to the extent of saying that the Malegaon and even the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks were a conspiracy of RSS. This was to the extent to which the then Congress leadership went to, of course, defame the entire Hindu community, but they didn't realize in the process they are actually defaming our country.
Mr. Ram Madhav, Western powers, would it be appropriate to say that this conspiracy was not only being hatched here in our country by the powers at helm at that point in time, but also people with vested interests outside the country? Because why exactly would Rahul Gandhi really go and tell the embassy officials about this so-called saffron terror, if at all there wasn't something coming from outside? So can we really rule out the possibility of Western interference at that point in time to build this entire conspiracy or fuel this entire conspiracy?
Look, I don't want to divert the blame from those perpetrators in our country, in our government at that time, to some outside forces. Maybe some outside, maybe didn't. I don't have any such evidence. At least at that time when I was monitoring or looking after these issues for the first 3-4 years, it was clearly a conspiracy laid out by the then UPA government, its leadership, They tried to implicate RSS. They even tried to reach out to the top leadership of the RSS, including the current chief, who was the general secretary of the RSS at that time. So I think it is largely the handiwork of these people. Particularly talking about Rahul Gandhi, there is no surprise. Rahul Gandhi always tries to, say negative things about India in front of the international audience. He goes to universities outside to only, badmouth the country situation and all. Even yesterday we have seen he was supporting Trump, who said that Indian economy is dead, and he's saying that Trump is right, Indian economy is dead, whereas Indian economy is doing so well. So Rahul Gandhi has this habit. It's very unfortunate for the leader of the opposition to behave like that. He doesn't understand, probably it is beyond his comprehension, that he goes out and defames India. That apart, this conspiracy should be fully put at the doorstep of the Congress party, the UPA government. It was their conspiracy.
And viewers, much for coming right up. We put our focus on the stories coming in. Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur launches a blistering attack on the Congress and senior police officials. She accuses the previous UPA government of orchestrating a conspiracy and acquitted in the Malegaon blast case. And we see that Lieutenant Colonel Purohit returns to Pune today. Celebrities, authors and descendants of Shivaji Maharaj's Sardars and Peshwas to attend the grand procession. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live in Breaking this Sunday.
I was born in a home with 60 family members and one kitchen. You understand the challenges of a joint family. Family gave me a deep sense of culture. It gave me a sense of learning to live with contradictions between family members, but the bonding and the pleasure of being together was awesome. And when I started Kotak, there's one thing I said: I want to bring the family culture to the fore in how we build the culture at Kotak. One point which I would strongly consider as an important aspect in our journey, it's the bonding, the family culture, and the people sense, which is at the core of successful institutions.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया, और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था, और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू।
One of the most important aspects of people is how open is the leader to listen to a point of view which is different from what is a standard point of view. An openness to listen and have people who are reasonably critical of a particular point of view is extremely important for a leader. The leader may agree or disagree, but the ability to listen to a contrarian point of view is crucial for leadership.
Viewers, welcome back. We're live and breaking. Acquitted in the Malegaon case, Sadhvi Pragya repeats claims on Parambir. Says that she was asked to name Yogi Adityanath and others by the ATS officer who was torturing her. She also said that the verdict is a huge slap on saffron terror and the verdict is the victory of dharma and truth. Let's listen in to that reactions.
मैंने बार-बार ये कहा है, बहुत ही निकृष्ट, बहुत ही अधम व्यक्ति है परमबीर सिंह, क्योंकि उसने हर सीमा पार की है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है और कानून से बाहर जाकर के उसने मुझे प्रताड़नाएं दी हैं। अकेले परमबीर सिंह ने नहीं, पूरे एटीएस के अधिकारियों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, पुरुषों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है उन्होंने। मुझे गैर कानूनी 13 दिन तक रखा और 11 दिन की कस्टडी, इस प्रकार से मैं 24 दिनों तक पुलिस कस्टडी में रही और प्रताड़नाएं झेलती रही एटीएस की। सत्य की जीत हुई है जो सुनिश्चित थी, क्योंकि धर्म और सत्य हमारे पक्ष में था, इसलिए जीत होनी ही थी। सत्यमेव जयते, ये मैं पहले भी बोली थी और वह सिद्ध हुआ। विधर्मियों के, देशद्रोहियों के मुंह काले हुए हैं, उनको जवाब मिला है और देश हमेशा धर्म और सत्य के साथ है और ये रहेगा।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us Gopi joining us live. Gopi is outside Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's house. And Gopi, you know, we also heard Sadhvi Thakur there speaking about the verdict, which is the victory of truth and a big slap on the face of those who coined the word saffron terror. And you're also outside Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's house right now, where the procession will begin of his homecoming. Yes.
Well, in fact, I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the visuals. This is Susmriti, which in fact means beautiful memory. Now, this is a house of Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, and you can see the preparations are underway. You can see that flower petals are being spread all over his house. He is going to, in fact, enter from this very route, and he's going to enter his house, where he will be there for some time, and then probably after taking blessings of the elders, he would then be coming out for the procession. So this is the house of Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. We are showing you the visuals, live visuals from outside his house, and you can see that there are relatives of Colonel Purohit who are eagerly waiting to welcome Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, and you can see the beautiful rangolis and flowers are being spread all over his house. While also you were talking about the saffron terror and what Sadhvi Pragya has been saying yesterday. We also spoke to Lieutenant Colonel Purohit yesterday, and all these 7 accused, in fact, are on the same line, Shivangi. They have said, they have accepted that it was Maharashtra ATS Parambir Singh who was involved in this political conspiracy, which was led by the Congress government. Time and again, we have seen such statements coming from all the accused, but right now, we are in Pune. We are showing you visuals from outside of Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's house. There is a grand procession which is organized. We are expecting Rajya Sabha MP Medha Kulkarni will also be joining this procession. along with Medha Kulkarni, we are also expecting big names from Marathi film industry as well as renowned authors will also be joining his procession. Along with that, the descendants of Shivaji Maharaj and Baji Rao will also be joining this procession. So all eyes would be towards that mega procession, which is going to take place after a short while from now from his residence. Back to you.
That is right. We're speaking about two different. One was Sadhvi Thakur, and we had played that reaction where she has said that she was tortured, and it was a very, very tough time for her. It's very similar to what Lieutenant Colonel also said, where his family had to face intense social stigma as they were fighting for Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's acquittal. It was a very tough time for both, for Sadhvi and of course for Lieutenant Colonel. And if you could go ahead, Gopi, and talk a little bit more about the guest list who will be there for homecoming of Lieutenant Colonel and the kind of fight that Lieutenant Colonel had to put out for this day to come, where he was acquitted, and now finally we'll be meeting the family members and celebrating this day.
Well, Shivangi, to specifically talk about Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, let's tell our viewers that in 2008 he was arrested. In fact, he was granted bail in 2017. 9 years he has spent in jail, and along with that, the family has also suffered. The family of Lieutenant Colonel Purohit has suffered false allegations of him bringing RDX on that particular blast site and procuring that RDX from Kashmir have been put on Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, which were refuted. We are standing right outside Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's residence, and we are showing you the live visuals. Procession is going to take place after a short while from now. We will be bringing you minute-to-minute update of the procession. Stay tuned with Republic TV as we'll back after a short commercial break.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So, during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India,
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS.
This is Republic Jack Polywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akash Khajuria. Let's get started.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So, during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income.
Hello and welcome. You're watching your weekend favorite show, The Long Form Story. Tonight, I come to you with 4 very special stories, in-depth reporting. One that reflects the complexities of justice, courage, and societal challenges across India. Tales of closure, valor, mystery, and tragedy that demand our attention. First, in a landmark development, a special NIA court in Mumbai has acquitted all accused in the 2008 Malegaon blast case after a 17-year trial, raising questions about the pursuit of truth in one of India's longest terror probes. Next, we take you to the rugged peaks of Kashmir, where Operation Mahadev, executed by the Indian Army, has delivered justice by neutralizing 3 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists responsible for the horrific Pahalgam attack. In Karnataka, a chilling investigation unfolds in Dharmasthala, where the special investigation team has uncovered human remains at a suspected mass burial site, potentially exposing a dark chapter of hidden crimes spanning decades. Finally, in Tamil Nadu, the brutal honor killing of 27-year-old Dalit software engineer has sparked outrage, with the accused police officer parents under scrutiny. 4 stories from the 4 corners of India on the show this evening. 17 years ago, Maligaon was torn apart by a deadly explosion. A bomb planted on a motorcycle killed 6 and injured 101. The blast, the arrest, the politics and the counter-allegations that followed formed one of the most debated terror cases in Indian history. Now a special court has given its final verdict. 7 accused have been acquitted, and the spotlight is once again on the man who fabricated the entire case, Parambir Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Republic brings you the full story of the blast, the accused, the charges, the witnesses and the unanswered questions. Before I take you through the full story, let me also take you through a personal note as a young reporter when we started covering the Maligaon blast case, when we essentially reached out to several witnesses who were afraid to narrate their story. What emerged thereafter was a sordid case of torture and constant brutality that emerged. The question is no longer about just rogue officers who were dealing with this particular case. But for 17 years, the truth was buried. And the fact that several young, promising lives were completely destroyed because of this faulty investigation that was carried out. Tonight, the endeavor that we make is to take you through the journey of this entire investigation that was carried out, and finally, how justice has been delivered, but much delayed.
It was on the 29th of September 2008. Just after evening prayers, a bomb placed on an LML Freedom motorcycle exploded in the Bhikkhu Chowk area of Maligaon, a Muslim-majority textile town in Maharashtra. 6 people died instantly. Over 100 were injured. The LML Freedom bike used in the blast was said to be traced to Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur. Soon after, names like Lieutenant Colonel Shrikant Purohit, Major Upadhyay, Sudhakar Chaturvedi and Samir Kulkarni emerged. It was the Maharashtra ATS that made the first arrests. The initial investigation was carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, helmed at the time by Hemant Karkare, the IPS officer who later perished during the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. The case was later transferred to the NIA as the lead anti-terror agency in 2011. But even before the agency could pick threads, the probe had taken political overtones.
अब ये बात हम कहते हैं कि हिंदू आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकता, लेकिन जो भी हिंदू आतंकवाद में पकड़ा जाता है वो आरएसएस का क्यों होता है, इसका जवाब भी आरएसएस को देना चाहिए.
The BJP, in opposition at the time, cried foul, blaming the Congress for politicizing the blast's probe to appease its vote bank.
आपने मालेगांव विस्फोट के मामले में देखा होगा, कांग्रेस की शरारत देश के खिलाफ एक अपराध है और कांग्रेस के लोगों को इसके लिए माफी मांगनी चाहिए देश की जनता से. आतंकवादियों को प्रेरित और पोषित करने वाली ये कांग्रेस देश के साथ कैसे खिलवाड़ कर रही है, ये किसी से छुपा हुआ नहीं है. पहले जब सत्ता में थे तब उन आतंकियों को प्रेरित और प्रोत्साहित करते थे और हिंदू संगठनों पर झूठे मुकदमे दर्ज करते थे.
इतनी साल तक कांग्रेस इसको दुनिया में भगवा टेरर, हिंदू टेरर कर 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 घूमती रही. दुनिया में इन्होंने देश को बदनाम करने का काम किया, हिंदू टेरर की व्याख्या करी. टेरर का कोई धर्म नहीं होता. श्री राहुल गांधी, आप सुन लो, आपको देश के सामने माफी मांगनी चाहिए.
Charges flew thick and fast. The most dangerous aspect of politicization, however, was the suggestion
that in some ways elements of the Indian Army were involved, with Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit made one of the key accused.
Sacrifices make the country, freebies don't. Okay. And stop asking this leftist-like questions. What our army is doing for you? Ask what I am doing for the army. Okay. I feel ashamed of myself that I am not able to put my 100%. Understand this, okay?
Over the years, multiple voices would come forward questioning the legitimacy of that probe.
We know there is something called like a saffron terror. If we talk about the saffron terror, of course, it was something prominently used in 2008 to 2010, where it was then Maharashtra ATS who was investigating the case and began its investigating. This saffron terror term has been sparked right after, where then Home Minister P. Chidambaram has also mentioned about the saffron terror being involved in the blast, after which we saw that BJP and the RSS has actually clearly mentioned that they are just targeting and trying to defame the Hindu community.
One of the key eyewitnesses in the Malegaon blast, Milind Joshi, spoke to Republic.
They asked me to name 5 RSS and BJP leaders, and that was a constant pressure. A fake arrest warrant was shown to me. Now I can say it was a fake arrest warrant because I was not arrested, and told that if at all you don't give up these names, we will be arresting you. The way I was tortured and the way they wanted to seek names of RSS and BJP leaders.
And 17 years later,
सत्य की विजय होती है और ये मेरा पक्ष सत्य का रहा, तो सत्य की विजय हुई है।
शांति प्रदान करने वाला ये फैसला है।
जो डिसीजन आया है वो सत्य का डिसीजन है।
भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम।
वो सनातन का डिसीजन है।
सनातन धर्म की जय हो, सनातन धर्म की जय हो।
वो न्याय है।
ये फैसला है, न्याय नहीं।
हमको बहुत आनंद हो गया है, व्यक्त नहीं कर सकता, आंखों में आंसू आती है।
A case that had attempted to plant the baseless theory of Hindu terror is blown apart into smithereens.
The angle of saffron terror, which was raised by Congress back then and the central government back then, fell flat. All 7 accused of Malegaon blast have been acquitted, and they are now free of the charges, which includes the UAPA charges as well.
The prosecution could not prove the allegations against any of the accused in the Malegaon case. While they stand tall after vindication from court, a big conspiracy behind it all stands exposed today.
मेरे को इस काम के लिए,
किस काम के लिए?
महाराष्ट्र से ये एटीएस में जो रामजी कल संग्रह, संदीप डांगे और माननीय मोहन भागवत जी, इनको लाने के लिए मेरी पोस्टिंग हो गई थी, और उसके लिए मेरे को स्टाफ दिया गया था। महाराष्ट्र में से 24 पुलिस मेरे को दिए गए थे, और सीक्रेट फंड से पैसा दिया गया था, रिवॉल्वर दिया गया था, और जाने आने का पूरा इंतजाम किया था। तो उस तरीके से मैंने काम किया है, मगर मैंने मोहन भागवत जी को लाया नहीं, मेरे हाथ से हुआ नहीं। जैसे यानी परमवीर सिंह और उनके हायर अथॉरिटी को समझ में आया कि ये धोखे का है, इसलिए मेरे पर उन्होंने झूठा गुना दाखिल करके मेरे को जेल में रखा गया।
While in custody, Sadhvi Pragya and Colonel Purohit state that they were subjected to brutal assault and torture.
परमवीर सिंह ने आपको 13 दिन तक टॉर्चर किया था, इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे? आप परमवीर सिंह को क्या जवाब देना चाहेंगे?
13 दिनों तक तो उन्होंने गैर कानूनी तरीके से मुझे रखा, परंतु टॉर्चर तो उन्होंने अपनी कस्टडी में 24 दिन किया है, क्योंकि मुझे 24 दिन कस्टडी में इन्होंने रखा, 13 दिन इलीगल और 11 दिन लीगल। उस समय परमवीर सिंह ने भयंकर अत्याचार किए हैं, जो कहने में भी नहीं आते ऐसे अत्याचार, क्योंकि शब्दों की भी मर्यादा होती है, और वो अत्याचार परमवीर सिंह ने किए हैं।
जब प्रज्ञा नासिक की जेल में थी तो मुझे एक पुलिस अधिकारी, महाराष्ट्र पुलिस अधिकारी के जरिए पता लगा कि प्रज्ञा का बहुत टॉर्चर हुआ है। कोई प्रज्ञा से मिलने नहीं जाता था। तब मैं प्रज्ञा को मिलने गई हूँ नासिक की जेल में, और जब प्रज्ञा मिली तो मैं फूट फूट के रोई। और
The entire world knows it was a concocted case. It was an outcome of illegitimate acts by people. Rather than you asking me as to what has happened and how you suffered, why don't you look into the cause of the matter? Who did it? You also know who did it. You as a responsible press, why don't you take up this responsibility and pick up the cudgel and go ask those who did it and why they did it? You should bring out in front of this nation why they did it, for whom they did it. Go to the root cause, please. It will serve the purpose of this nation.
The verdict has triggered political tremors. While some have hailed it as justice long overdue, others have questioned its credibility.
We all know the entire reality of the case was to ultimately arrest the Param Pujaniya Sarasang Salak of RSS. The case was basically Congress has conspired to bring Pujaniya Mohan Bhagavat ji in the matter, and that is a known conspiracy. And yesterday the conspiracy has been exposed by the court. The entire plan was to defame RSS, defend the Hindu religion, defame the Hindu society. Chidambaram should now be quizzed, and why he is trying to frame Hindu society with terror. I think people should try to ask those questions from Mr. Chidambaram.
ये निर्देश दिया गया था महबूब मुजावर जी को कि आप इस भगवा आतंकवाद के नैरेटिव को आगे बढ़ाइए और किसी भी कीमत पर मोहन भागवत जी की गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए।
ये कांग्रेस पार्टी की एक सोची हुई रणनीति थी। मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, शुद्ध वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के लिए इट वॉज ए वेल कैलकुलेटेड conspiracy of the Congress party for sheer vote bank politics.
Not one conviction in 17 years. But from TV studios to Parliament, Hindu terror had already been declared.
कांग्रेस पार्टी इसको भगवा आतंक सिद्ध करने में जुटी हुई है। दुनिया को हिंदू आतंकवाद की छड़ी बेचने में लगी हुई थी। कांग्रेस के एक नेता ने अमेरिका के बड़े राजनयिक को यहां तक कह दिया था कि लश्कर-ए तोयबा से भी बड़ा खतरा भारत के हिंदू ग्रुप है। यह कहा गया था।
हिंदू कभी टेररिस्ट नहीं हो सकता। हम कभी टेररिस्ट नहीं हो सकते। क्या कहना चाहते हैं? फर्जी टाइप के केस बनाए, एक भी केस अदालत में नहीं टिका। देशभक्त संगठनों पर आरोप लगाए आपने, सिर्फ आपकी छिछोरी राजनीति के लिए, क्षुल्लक फायदे के लिए। और फिर क्या कर लिया? फिर भी हार गए।
A blast, 6 lives lost, 17 years, 7 acquitted. The Malegaon blast case is now officially closed, but the questions it leaves behind are explosive. If the court says none of the accused did it, then who planted the bomb? And will those who built the wrong case ever be held accountable? This is the story of courage, justice and unwavering resolve of our brave Indian forces. The haunting echoes of the Pahalgam massacre, where 26 innocent lives were brutally snatched away on 22nd of April, have finally been met with a resounding response. Operation Mahadev, a meticulously executed mission by the Indian Army, has brought the perpetrators to their knees, delivering a moment of triumph amidst this sorrow. This is more than a military victory. It is a testament to the sacrifices of our soldiers, the determination of our leadership, and an unyielding spirit of a nation that refuses to bow to terror. The story of what unfolded in the forests of Dachigam on the long form.
In a conclusive victory against the perpetrators of Pahalgam, Indian Army's Chinar Corps has gunned down the terrorists, bringing the expectations of the nation to a closure. This operation that was carried out on Mahadev Peaks reaped results on 28th July as the Home Minister apprised the House about the success of the operation.
ऑपरेशन महादेव में सुलेमान उर्फे फैजल जट, अफगान और जिब्रान, 3 आतंकवादी सेना, सीआरपीएफ और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के संयुक्त अभियान में ऑपरेशन महादेव में मारे गए। और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये जो सुलेमान है, ए श्रेणी का लश्कर तोयबा का कमांडर था। पहलगाम हमले में और गगनगिर आतंकी हमले में वो लिप्त था। इसके ढेर सारे सबूत हमारी एजेंसियों के पास है। अफगान ए श्रेणी का लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था और जिब्रान भी ए ग्रेड आतंकवादी था। और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं सदन को और सदन के माध्यम से पूरे देश को बताना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने बैसरन घाटी में हमारे प्रवासियों को, नागरिकों को मारा था, ये तीनों आतंकवादी ये थे और तीनों मारे गए।
A very detailed joint operation was carried out to find these terrorists. Republic reports from Baisaran Valley in Kashmir explaining how the terrorists stayed inside the Indian territory and took refuge.
Baisaran attack led to the killing of 26 tourists in Pahalgam, but today we are showing you where from the conspiracy was hatched and how this entire attack unfolded, where the people who supported, who were harboring these terrorists and providing food and shelter before the attack, where those people were living, where those terrorists were living. In fact, I'll ask my VJ Mubashir to show you. This is the dock, the temporary shelter that you see in the forest zone. This is the Baisaran village, and exactly from this spot it was just 4 kilometers away. The terrorists had taken shelter in this dock. This is a temporary shelter, and they were provided food, they were provided shelter. This dock belongs to Parvez, the same one Parvez who is in remand with the NIA along with Bashir. This dog belongs to Parvez, and NIA has proved that it was Bashir as well as Parvez who provided shelter to these Pakistanis who got killed in Operation Mahadev. They were staying here.
In an exclusive coverage on the ground, we found how Operation Mahadev was carried out by Indian Armed Forces when the scar of Pahalgam was avenged.
A significant and a successful operation of joint forces here in Dachigam. There is a huge deployment of security forces on all these fringes, on all these tracks, because ultimately the Dachigam is connected with Avantipora, and Avantipora gets connected with Anantnag. Anantnag, where also the Pahalgam terror attack had taken place in the month of July. This time, Srinagar police was quite alert along with the Indian army. They didn't allow these terrorists to move out and finally neutralize them just outside the hideout. Although in this operation, very important weapons like M4 carbine, which is an American-built weapon, had been recovered along with the other rifles, and also 17 grenades.
Officials have reported multiple weapons that were found with these terrorists. Have a look from the ground at Lidwa's Mulnar forest in Harwan, where these terrorists were hiding.
Right now we are at the same location where a joint security forces conducted Operation Mahadev, and you can see here in the visuals, these are the dense forests where security forces have conducted Operation Mahadev, where highly trained 3 Lashkar terrorists were neutralized by the joint security forces. Also, you can see here in the visuals, this is the location, and these are the trains where we have seen that in the operation that the 3 highly trained terrorists were neutralized. Also, we have seen that the US-made and AK series weapons were also recovered from the killed terrorists, and you can see these are the dense forests where the security forces received the credible intelligence and technical based inputs that there is a presence of some terrorists in these dense forests in the Harwan, in the central Kashmir, Srinagar. And at the same time, we have seen that the joint security forces have conducted the operation not only from the single side, but we have seen that the multiple operations were carried to neutralize these terrorists in the Kashmir Valley.
Speaking to the locals on how they viewed Operation Mahadev after Operation Sindoor, this is what they had to say.
हर एक को पता चलेगा कि उनको ख़त्म किया और टूरिस्ट तो वैसे ही मतलब सोचेंगे कि हम वापस आ जाएंगे, क्योंकि इन कातिलों को तो इन कातिलों को तो बख्शना ही नहीं था, क्योंकि जिन्होंने बेगुनाह लोगों का खून किया है तो वो तो एक ना एक दिन तो वो खून तो आपको पता है आवाज़ देता ही है, और गलत तो गलत ही है.
Baba Amarnath Ji's blessings are going on. So Baba Amarnath Ji's blessings have crushed all those militants, those who were involved at Pahalgam. You know, like the hospitality which we wanted to show them, and they know the hospitality of Kashmiris. Now they believe us, they will again come back, and we will always welcome from the core of our heart.
Republic spoke to Tanveer Sadiq, who is National Conference MLA from the Zadabal constituency in Srinagar, who put a staunch view against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism in the valley.
I still remember that dark day when the event unfolded on the 22nd of April, and I remember when I heard that there was an attack on tourists. The first reaction was, of course, shock. But then as numbers came in, with the casualty figures going up with every minute, it started from 5 to 10, then 15, 20, and then when we realized the amount, the scale of actually the destruction through that, it was, I think, not only shocking, it was something that Jammu and Kashmir had never seen. And for every Kashmiri, it was a personal loss, a personal something that could not be actually mentioned in words. And I remember everybody across the length and breadth of Kashmir came out, and I think this was the first time that in Jammu and Kashmir people came out willingly and said that not in my name, and that was something that was unprecedented. Nobody was concerned about the tourists, the tourism sector stakeholders were not concerned about their empty rooms. They were not concerned about what would affect this. They were just devastated with the amount of destruction that thing caused that day.
Home Minister Amit Shah explaining to the House the agony of the family members of the victims had staged their expectations from the government without mincing any words.
कल जो ऑपरेशन हुआ इसमें हमारे निर्दोष नागरिकों को मारने वाले तीनों आतंकी मौत के घाट उतार दिए। आज मैं सदन को बताते हुए बहुत खुश हूं, मोदी जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर आतंकवादियों को जिन्होंने आतंकवादियों को भेजा था उनके आकाओं को जमीन में मिलाने का काम किया था। सेना और सीआरपीएफ ने वो आतंकवादियों को भी समाप्त कर दिया। जब ये घटना हुई दूसरे दिन इनके परिजनों को मिला था। 6 दिन की शादी वाली बच्ची विधवा होकर मेरे सामने खड़ी थी। आज तक मैं वो दृश्य नहीं भूल सकता। मगर आज सारे परिजनों को मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि मोदी जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से भेजने वालों को भी मारा और हमारे सुरक्षा बलों ने जिनको भेजा था उनको भी मारा और एक ऐसा सबक सिखाया है कि आने वाले कई दिनों तक कोई ऐसी हिम्मत नहीं कर पाएगा।
Prime Minister Modi had warned the masterminds of Pahalgam massacre from the soil of Bihar on April 24th.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve.
And Prime Minister Modi has done it. In a clinically surgical operation, first India took out the 9 terror bases of Pakistan. Then, as Pakistan dared to retaliate, we took out their 11 airfields. And now, India has taken out the perpetrators of Pahalgam who had the audacity of killing our people on the basis of religion. As these terrorists meet their fate at the hands of our brave forces, a deep sense of relief is felt across the country. For the service of our soldiers, we bow our head in respect and gratitude.
A temple town in Karnataka has been holding a secret. Mass graves have been discovered in Dharmasthala. A masked whistleblower has come forward revealing disturbing details that are now the focus of an intense investigation. Chilling allegations are beginning to surface as the special investigation team continues to recover remains and follow new leads. What lies beneath this land of faith and who is trying to keep it hidden? Tonight, we bring you the latest from ground zero of a case that's sending shockwaves across the state and nation.
Mass burials. A masked man. Hours of exhumation beneath rain-soaked skies and thick, humid air. Only fragments of bone were found, where in the holy land of Dharmasthala in Karnataka.
A claim made by a whistleblower with respect to Dharmasthala skipped not only the heartbeats of people of Dharmasthala but also the entire country. He claimed in front of a magistrate stating that he had buried over hundreds of bodies of women between age 12 and 80. And also we shouldn't forget that the claim also made an influential family had ordered him, had scared him to make sure that these bodies were buried even without bringing it to the notice of the police and the panchayat. The government of Karnataka has formed a special investigation team with respect to these mass burials, and also the complainant had mentioned that these bodies were physically assaulted, raped, and they were hung until death. We will have to see what unfolds in the next part of the investigation.
What is it so peculiar about this temple town that in days questions like what, why, how have shrouded Dharmasthala, a place of peace now drowned in mystery?
The police not taking him to the site tells me that they have failed to do what is their most primary and fundamental work. What do the police do? For 15 days, they say, okay, we will take you to the judge. Okay, it's a good thing that they took him to the judge, and where the judge recorded the statements in the absence of lawyers, right? So that nobody could say that, okay, this is a man making claims actually based on what lawyers actually might have told him or whatever. And they also spent 4 hours with him, investigating him, while after which they leaked out many things that he said, and the complaint has already been lodged with the DGP. I don't know what they're doing about it.
Each question meets only silence. Silence that either guards the sanctity of the site or hides something darker beneath its soil.
The man who went before the court has stated that he has been burying the bodies, dead bodies, for last 20 years. I mean, probably 90s and 20s, that time. So I have asked the police commissioner of Dakshina Kannada district that I need the complete data of the women who are missing, who've been murdered, who've been traced, who've been killed or who've been raped, who've been sexually assaulted. The complaints on women for those 20 years, I want the entire status. That's what I have asked them. Have been still people, I mean, whoever has been not traced, how many are still missing, and what are the investigation they took when the complaint was raised. In detail, everything I have asked for the last 20 years, and I've asked the police commissioner to submit it in a week time to commission.
The Karnataka High Court has struck down the media gag in the Dharmasthala mass burials case, calling it an unconstitutional curb on free speech. But what about this case is so sensitive, so guarded, that a blanket silence was imposed to begin with? Because no matter how hard Dharmasthala is pushed out of the spotlight, it keeps returning for reasons only getting darker.
You are looking at the visuals of the complainant who had claimed that hundreds of bodies have been buried in and around Dharmasthala and Netravati. This is the 5th day, and the special investigation team has made sure that they have excavated around 10 spots in and around Netravati riverbank. On the other hand, at point number 6, a skeletal remains of a person was found, and at this point of time, we are looking at another 3 points. Point number 11, 12 and 13 are pending as of now. We are expecting that the team would complete the exhumation or the excavation in the next 2 to 3 days. Despite there are heavy rains in Dharmasthala, the team has made sure to continue with the exhumation process. We will have to see what unfolds at point number 11, 12 and 13.
Just 75 kilometers from Mangaluru lies Dharmasthala, a land known for faith, now shadowed by controversy. Allegations raised by a whistleblower have stirred the town, prompting local leaders and residents to rally in its defense. But this isn't the first time questions have echoed through Dharmasthala. In fact, the sanitation worker Now the key whistleblower claims he lived through the terror that allegedly lurks beneath Dharmastala's sacred image. In his letter, he describes how a girl from his own family was allegedly sexually harassed by someone linked to the supervisors. That, he says, was the breaking point. The moment they knew they had to flee or risk not surviving at all. Since filing the FIR and stepping into the spotlight, the masked man made a raw confession that he was coerced into burying bodies of women and minors, all victims of sexual assault. For many, he's emerging as the voice of a revived conscience. But in Dharmasthala, not everyone is convinced. Some question his claims, others his credibility.
ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅನಾಮಿಕ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಮುಸುಕುದಾರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಆರೋಪಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಏನು ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಸರಿ, ಆದರೆ ಇದೇ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗೆ SIT ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಬಂದು ಏನು 92ರಿಂದ 2014ರ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ SIT ಅವರೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ತೂಕ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳು ನಾಳೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತವೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳು ನಾಳೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿಲ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಖುಷಿ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ನಮಗೆ ಭರವಸೆ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ, ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
No sir. As per me, I'm staying past 16 years, never come across such type of events in Ujire and around Dharmasthala. There were 13 locations is shown. So those points are near to the highway only. So we can see it from the road itself. So it is impossible to happen those things. Those allegations are baseless.
The masked man says he fears for his life. Is that why he hides his face? And if so, the bigger question is, from whom?
But it only because he was threatened with being cut to pieces and his family being cut to pieces if he would not do that. He could have been where he was, right? Wherever he was. He said he fled to a place outside Karnataka in 2014. This is 2025. Why does he have to return? He could just be there. And all the books here, you could read all the books here, you will not find a case like this. Why? Because whatever we learn in criminal jurisprudence is somebody who commits a crime wants to run away, wants never to face the police, right? And more so when no one is looking. The hundreds of bodies that he claims, he doesn't know their names, he doesn't know their identity. There are no pending cases there. It's not like they're looking for these deaths, these rapes. He claims that there were these raped women, right? And of course schoolgirls as well. Who is looking for these bodies? No one is. Right? And he still says, I want to come out. I want to unburden my conscience. How? By digging out the bodies. So what do? You take him to the place where he's put in the bodies.
We are at day 6 in Dharmasthala. The special investigation team has excavated point number 1 to point number 10, out of which point number 6 had some of the fragments of bones which actually belong to a male, is what the police sources have informed now. The rest 9 points were dug where nothing were found. At this point of time, the fragments of bone collected from point number 6 have been sent to the forensic science laboratory to extract the data out of it. The mystery man or the whistleblower is already mentioning to the special investigation team that there would be a lot of bodies and bones which will be excavated in point 13. On the other note, the people of Dharmasthala have claimed that they already know who this whistleblower is because they already mentioned that this person hadn't had a good conduct, didn't have a good behavior, didn't have a good rapport and good practices when he was working in Dharmasthala. At this point of time, it is the utmost responsibility of the special investigation team to see how these allegations against him will be considered.
The man behind the mask and the fractured conscience beneath. Dharmasthala, a town revered for its unwavering faith, unease festers quietly. Beneath its surface, the residue of unrecognized bodies and families still awaiting truth. The case, shrouded in mystery, persists under vague authority, peculiar, unclear, disturbingly quiet. And the question lingers, who exactly wants it kept that way?
In Tamil Nadu's Thoothukudi district, a 27-year-old Dalit techie was hacked to death last week, allegedly by the brother of the woman he was in a relationship with. The police have arrested the main accused, Surjit, but the victim's family allege a wider conspiracy involving the girl's parents, both of whom are police officers. As outrage builds, only a few political leaders have spoken out, raising sharp questions over silence and selective outrage. Here's the story of a brutal killing for so-called honor.
Kavan Selva Ganesh, a 27-year-old Dalit IT professional from Tamil Nadu's Thoothukudi district, was brutally hacked to death near a hospital last week. He was targeted for being in a relationship with a woman from a different caste. The accused, Surjit, the woman's brother, allegedly attacked Kavan with a sickle, killing him on the spot. The murder took place in KTC Nagar, Tirunelveli on Sunday. Kavan had gone to visit his ailing grandfather at a nearby hospital when her brother Surjit allegedly lured him away under the pretext of having a conversation. Police said that Surjit then pulled out a sickle and hacked Kavan to death just around 200 meters from the hospital.
Hidden behind the powers of two sub-inspector of police is the main accused Surjit, who killed Kavan Selva Ganesh exactly at the spot outside the hospital, which is situated in between Tirunelveli and Thoothukudi. This is the exact place where Kavan Selva Ganesh was murdered on July 27 over an intercaste love relationship between Surjit's sister and him, following which the police had only arrested Surjit, but later on, when the protest started by the family of the deceased, is when the police official was arrested, who is the father of the girl. However, now the mother is yet to be arrested and the parents of the deceased boy is still fighting for the case legally.
The family alleges that this was a caste-based honor killing. They say Kavan and the woman had been in a relationship for over 2 years. Surjit was arrested within hours and booked under the SC/ST Act and the Gundas Act. Attention soon shifted to his parents, both of whom are sub-inspectors in the Tamil Nadu police. Kavan's parents initially refused to receive his body, demanding the immediate arrest of Surjit's parents. They also turned down the district administration's offer of financial assistance, calling it meaningless without accountability.
நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும். ஓகேங்களா? ஒன்று. ரெண்டாவது, அரசாங்கம் 12 லட்ச ரூபா அவங்களுக்கு சட்டப்படி கொடுக்கணும். அதில் முதல் தவணையாக 6 லட்ச ரூபா கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அந்த செக்கை அவங்ககிட்ட கொடுத்துட்டோம். அவங்க பெருசாக ஒன்றும் கோரிக்கை இல்லை, நேர்மையாக எல்லாம் நடக்கணும்னு விரும்புகிறாங்க. குற்றம் செஞ்சவங்க தண்டிக்கப்படணும்னு விரும்புகிறாங்க. அவ்வளோதான். அவங்களுக்கு என்னென்ன அரசாங்கத்தில் சலுகைகள் வேணுமோ அதெல்லாம் நாங்கள் வாங்கி கொடுப்போம்னு சொல்லியிருக்கோம்.
நான் வந்து நீதி தான் கேட்டுருக்கேன், நீதியை நான் இது வரைக்கும் கேட்கல.
இப்போ வந்துட்டு ஆக்ஷனும் எடுக்கிறாங்க. எஃப்ஐஆர்
வந்து ஒரு ஆக்ஷனும் எடுக்கல. எனக்கு இந்த வந்து அம்மா கைது பண்ண, அம்மா இன்னைக்கு கைது பண்ணல. அவங்க இன்னைக்கு சாயந்தரத்தில் கைது பண்ணி உத்தரவாதம் கொடுத்தாங்க. அதனால என் போராட்டத்தை எடுத்து முடித்தேன் காலையில். ஏன்னா கலெக்டர் உத்தரவாதம் கொடுத்தாரு, அதனால விட்டேன். அடுத்து நான் என்ன பண்ணேன், சட்ட ரீதியில் வழக்கை சந்திப்பேன். மேற்கொண்டு எப்படி, அது வேறு விஷயம். ஆமாம், இது வந்து சதி திட்டி கூட்டி போய் கொலை பண்ணிட்டாங்க.
Meanwhile, the woman released a video confirming their relationship, saying that they had decided to inform their families at a later time. She denied her parents' involvement in the crime and requested the public to not spread misinformation. 3 days later, the accused's father, Sarvanan, was arrested. The case was transferred to the CBCID for further investigation. Kavan's mother has renewed her demand for the arrest of Surjit's mother, Krishna Kumari, alleging both parents were involved in the murder plan.
என் பையன்ட்ட நல்லா தான் பேசுவான். இப்போ வந்து பேட்டி கொடுத்துட்டு அலையிறா, நல்லா தான் பேசுவாள். ஆனால் இவ்வளோ கொடூரமாக இருப்பான்னு நாங்கள் நினைக்கல. வர சொல்லி இப்படி பண்ண வைப்பான்னு நினைக்க, என்னையுமே மைண்ட் வாஷ் பண்ணிட்டேன். 2 பேருமே மைண்ட் வாஷ் பண்ணிட்டா. என் பையனுக்கு ஒரு திருப்பி ஆக்சிடெண்ட் ஆகி சென்னையில் ஹெச்பி ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் தான் வச்சுருந்தோம். அங்கே கூட வந்திருந்தா பார்க்குறதுக்கு. வேறு ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் இல்லைன்னு எப்படி சொல்ல முடியும், வேறு எதுவும் இல்லைன்னு எப்படி சொல்ல முடியும். என் பையன் செஞ்ச ஒரே தப்பு என்னென்னா அங்கே என்ன நடந்ததும் என்கிட்ட சொல்லலை. அதுதான் அவன் என்கிட்ட மறைச்சிட்டான், என் மனசு கஷ்டப்படும் அப்படின்னு நினச்சிட்டு மறைச்சிட்டான். அதனால தான் நான் கொஞ்சம் அவனை ஃப்ரீயாக விட்டுட்டேன். இல்லைன்னா இந்த நாயங்கள்கிட்ட பேசக்கூட விட்டுருக்க மாட்டேன் நான்.
The case has sparked a massive public outrage. VCK chief Thol Tirumavalavan visited the family, calling it a clear-cut honor killing. He demanded a court-monitored special investigation, police protection for the family and a compensation of ₹1 crore. He also questioned why the police have not yet arrested Surjit's mother, who was named in the FIR along with her husband. DMK MP Kanimoi, who represents Thoothukudi, also visited the family, assuring that justice will not be delayed and that no one would be shielded regardless of their status or influence.
இப்படிப்பட்ட சம்பவங்கள், இப்படிப்பட்ட கொலைகள், ஆணவ கொலைகள் நடக்கக்கூடாது என்பதுதான் நம் இந்த சமூகத்தின் உணர்வாக இருக்கிறது. இப்படி ஒரு நிகழ்வு கூடாத இப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு நிகழ்வு இங்கு அரங்கேறி இருக்கிறது. ஒரு பெற்றோர்கள் தங்களுடைய இளம் மகனை பறிகொடுத்து அந்த தவிப்போடு இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு சூழலிலே அவர்களுக்கு ஆதரவாக நிற்கிறோம் என்று முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுடைய சார்பிலே அமைச்சர்களும் இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய அத்தனை பேரும் அந்த பெற்றோர்களை சந்திக்க வந்திருக்கிறோம்.
But beyond these two leaders, there has been a noticeable silence. Neither AIADMK, Congress, PMK, NTK or any other prominent parties have reached out to the family. Even within the ruling DMK, apart from Kanimoi's visit, senior ministers have largely stayed silent.
Hidden just behind the powers of the police inspectors is what this particular case has led to this big. This shocking news comes from Thoothukudi, where we are yet to find how a murder in a broad daylight had no witness. This shows the intercaste politics, the intercaste marriage that Tamil Nadu is believing upon, and how the vote bank politics plays a major role in the state of Tamil Nadu. Apart from the DMK leader Kanipuri and VCK leader Thol Tirumavalan, no other political leaders have come forward to share their thoughts or opinion on this, fearing they might lose the vote of this particular community with the elections coming up.
This raises a serious question. Is caste-based injustice being ignored for the fear of upsetting vote banks? Honor killings like Kavins are not isolated cases. Across Tamil Nadu, intercaste relationships continue to invite threats, violence, and in some cases, even death.
That's all that we could pack in this edition of the long form story. We'll be back next Saturday with more in-depth stories from across the country.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने। MDH।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया, और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के अपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे साथ, आपने एटीएस के बारे में बात की थी। आपने बोला एटीएस ने एविडेंस को फिक्स किया था। इस पूरा केस एक खोखला केस है। आपने ये भी बोला था कि ये जो विटनेसेस थे उनको मारा गया था। एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मुजावर हैड met us at Republic in Mumbai 6 years ago. He was going from one court to the next. He met us in our office. He came with us. He came to us with a bag full of documents. When he was fighting in the courts, and we sat down, we spoke to him, we understood that he was an ATS officer who nobody was willing to take at face value back then because Parambir Singh was calling the shots in Mumbai. And that is why Mujawar never had the chance to speak. मुजावर जी, हमें ये बताइए, ये जो आपने बोला था पिछले बार कि एटीएस ने इन विटनेसेस को मारा था,
आपने बराबर वो परमवीर सिंह का नाम लिया। वो परमवीर सिंह आज तक किसके सामने नहीं आए और सब गुपचुप चल रहा था, मगर सही तरीके।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And getting some more bits coming in right now. Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav attended the groundbreaking ceremony for 6 industrial units worth approximately rupees 1,600 crores in the industrial area of Sehor district. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu vows full support to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari for construction of rupees 70,000 crore highway projects in the state. Speaking at the launch of the National Highways Program, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu has highlighted significant progress in the state's road infrastructure. He stated that the road network expanded from 4,193 kilometers in 2014 to 8,745 kilometers within 5 years during his previous tenure. Election Commission of India has refuted questions raised by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. Earlier on June 12, the ECI has written a letter to Gandhi referencing an article published in a leading media outlet dated June 7, 2025.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage, the R4 Sports and Republic TV. Good luck.
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. that was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today, under the Modi government, is in fact the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact, the economy of India has grown at an average annual pace of 8.2% in real terms every year for the past 4 years. And it has achieved that with a current account deficit of less than 1% of GDP. India has the lowest inflation now that it has had in about 15 years. And in fact, the only time that the current account position has been better than this is during the last 3 years of the Vajpayee prime ministership. So when the NDA rules India, India achieves much better macroeconomic outcomes. To call that a dead economy is fatuous in the extreme. Had India agreed to a trade deal with the United States, I think India would have benefited even more. I think real GDP this year is going to still grow close to 8% because we've got a domestic stimulus coming through in two forms. One is interest rates have come down sharply, and they've been enabled to come down by the sharp decline in inflation. Second is, of course, that in this year's budget, you saw a big cut in income tax rates, which has already provided a big boost to urban consumption. Rural consumption, too, is strengthening because agricultural output has been very strong and farm incomes are strong. So we're going to see a strong domestic demand-driven economy continuing to grow about 8% this year, much faster than the government's rather conservative 6.5%.
To speak on Get Me Right, a year after the coup that deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in Dhaka, how are we tackling the anti-India regime of Mohammad Yunus in Bangladesh? Also, why is American President Donald Trump making his tariff war with India so personal? Is his Pakistan pivot going to be a long-term worry for us? And in the age of AI, which jobs are going to be safe and which ones would simply vanish? Be forewarned to be forearmed. This weekend on Get Me Right, only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
बहुत ही अदम व्यक्ति है परमवीर सिंह, क्योंकि उसने हर सीमा पार की है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है और कानून से बाहर जाकर के उसने मुझे प्रताड़नाएं दी हैं।
Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur launches a blistering attack on the Congress and senior police officers. She says that she was forced to name Yogi Adityanath and by other ATS officers who were torturing her. Acquitted in the Malegaon blast case, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit returns to Pune today. Celebrations with authors and descendants of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's Sardars and Peshwas in attendance of a grand procession planned for him. NCP Sharad Pawar faction MLA Jitendra Awad has sparked a row by making statements against Sanatan Dharma. He says that Sanatan Dharma has ruined India. Operation Akal, one of the biggest crackdowns on Lashkar, enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists have been downed. Manhunt to trace the rest ongoing. Asian Cricket Council announces the venue for India and Pakistan match. BCCI continues to maintain silence amid national call for no cricket with terror state of Pakistan.
क्या तेजस्वी यादव जी आपके पास 2 वोटर आईडी कार्ड है? ये जघन्य अपराध, ये भारत के लोकतंत्र और चुनाव आयोग के साथ खिलवाड़ किसने किया है?
BJP launches a scathing attack and slams Tejaswi Yadav, questions whether Tejaswi has 2 voter ID cards in Bihar. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 1 p.m. this Sunday afternoon. Our top story remains after his acquittal in the Malegaon case. Lieutenant Colonel Purohit returns to his hometown of Pune. The procession is attended by several celebrities, including authors and descendants of the erstwhile Sardars of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Peshwa Baji Rao. Remember, viewers, all 7 were acquitted in the Malegaon case, and today, we at Republic are tracking the hero's welcome that Lieutenant Colonel Purohit received today at his hometown in Pune. Those are the visuals coming in from the procession that Lieutenant Colonel Purohit was given to as he returns vindicated after 17 years of being on trial in the Malegaon blast case. A case in which he, along with 6 other accused, including Sadhvi Pragya, saw a massive acquittal and vindication, and the entire theory of saffron terror was blown to bits and smithereens as the entire political narrative created against Hindu terrorism was blown out of water. All 7 acquitted. Today, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, the man who has been at the center of this entire case, in which the NIA, in the NIA court, the Maharashtra ATS had argued that he had in fact allegedly supplied RDX and assembled the bomb at his home. All those allegations proven false. All allegations proven false, and he was vindicated. Today he's got a hero's welcome back in Pune, and just listen in to what he had to say once again. There's the latest from Lieutenant Colonel Purohit as he was accorded a hero's welcome in Pune.
In a different state of mind, today I am being welcomed by my own people because it's a family affair going on. This society is a family to me. I have been born and brought up out here itself. So all these people, they have seen me like from a baby's days. Okay? So, family is welcoming me. I am enjoying these moments.
Well, that was Lieutenant Colonel Purohit today, who was accorded a grand welcome with a procession. Those were his words initially as he returned home as a hero. I also have joining me live on the broadcast my colleague Gopi, who is reporting live from the home of Colonel Purohit in Pune. Gopi, tell us what's the latest on the ground.
Well, look, Krutarth, we are showing you the live visuals from the procession of Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. You can see he's accompanied by his wife as well as there is Rajya Sabha MP Mamta Kulkarni also, who is here in attendance. And if you see, he is in a gypsy, and a saffron pagdi was tied before he stepped into this gypsy. While you can also see, I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the visuals. There are dhols and nagadas as well here, and people here are carrying banners and slogans of "Welcome home, Kaka." Kaka means uncle in Marathi. While we are showing you the live visuals, you can see Nitish Bharadwaj is also here. I would ask my camera person to kindly show you. These are the artists who are here. They have been performing from the beginning of this lane. And now he, in fact, will be felicitated at the temple. He'll be going to the temple of Maruti Nandan. He'll be going there, garlanding the idol, after which he will be felicitated. We are showing you the live visuals of Colonel Purohit. You can see. I would also ask my camera person to kindly pan and show the dhol nagadas and the performance which is happening right outside the residence of Colonel Purohit. Just a short while back, we were also showing you the visuals of Colonel Purohit's home. I would ask my camera person to kindly show the visuals around and look at the
I'm happy, very happy. It's a homecoming.
So to he had to tell us he's very happy. It's a 70-year-long battle without, let's not forget, tough time for the entire family and not just for Colonel Purohit. I'm very happy that I'm back home, and he has been acquitted. Him along with six other accused have been acquitted. Let's tell our viewers that it was him who was in jail for 9 years, and those 9 years were not just difficult for Colonel Purohit but the entire family, who were getting death threats, Shanti Sheela Society. This is exactly where Colonel Purohit lives. We will tell our viewers that the procession is moving towards the temple of Hanuman, where he is going to offer a garland to Hanuman. There a group of senior citizen women have organized a felicitation program, and from there
And ladies and gentlemen, those are the scenes of festivities coming in live from Pune, where Lieutenant Colonel Purohit is being accorded a hero's welcome as he comes vindicated after 17 years. This is the big story of the day. Lieutenant Colonel Purohit returning to Pune after 17 years of trial of the Malegaon case, in which last week the NIA court had acquitted in Mumbai all 7 accused, including Lieutenant Colonel Purohit and Sadhvi Pragya. This is a big victory for Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, who has been fighting the battle for justice for the last 17 years, from stories of torture to coercion, and asked to be named, with senior allegations made against senior police officers to name leaders from the BJP and RSS. We have also seen recently how in the past 2 days in Republic exclusive, Sadhvi Pragya All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's also listen into what Colonel Purohit had to say earlier today, as he's been welcomed as a hero back home in Pune.
In a different state of mind, today I am being welcomed by my own people. Okay, it's a family affair going on. This society is a family to me. I have been born and brought up out here itself. So all these people, they have seen me like from a baby's days. ठीक है. So तो सांगितलं. काय सोडा struggle यार हो गया. ठीक है. Family is welcoming me. I am enjoying these moments. ठीक है. In a different state of mind, today I am being welcomed by my own people. Okay, it's a family affair going on. This society is a family to me. I have been born and brought up out here itself. So all these people, they have seen me like from a baby's days. ठीक है. So काय सोडा struggle यार हो गया. ठीक है. Family is welcoming me. I am enjoying these moments. ठीक है.
All right, and those are the visuals, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from Pune, where Lieutenant Colonel Purohit has been welcomed as a hero. After 17 years on trial, he's been vindicated, and today he gets the biggest welcome in the city of Pune at his hometown, in his home where we are reporting live. My colleague Gopi will be joining us in just a moment. She's reporting live from the place where the entire festivities and action is. You can see the relief on his face. An army officer, a decorated army officer with utmost professionalism, who has fought for justice for the last 17 years. And Gopi, you had a conversation with him earlier today as well. Tell us, what's the mood on the ground? How are the feelings on the ground? Emotions are heightened. There is a festival going on Ground Zero. Tell us more about what's going on.
Well, in fact, Pratath, you can see they are continuously showing you the visuals from outside his residence. It was almost 1 kilometer long procession. Now he has come down from the gypsy and he's moving towards the temple. We are showing you the visuals. He is now on road accompanying his wife as well as mother. You can see, you can keep seeing the visuals which we are showing to our viewers. But yes, if you talk about the mood of people around, they have welcomed their Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, and it's a grand welcome. It was a grand procession. You can see that there were dhol artists, and now we are moving towards the park where he will be felicitated. Well, in fact, it is his Kuldevi where he's going to go first. He's going to offer garland to the Kuldevi as well as Maruti Nandan. And after that, he'll be felicitated from there. But yes, as you were mentioning about Colonel Purohit, as you know, that, it was a 17-year long battle. And 17-year long battle, not just for Colonel Purohit, but the entire family. They've got death threats. You can see, we are showing you the visuals. Colonel Purohit is walking with his mother and wife, and he is wearing a saffron pagdi. And before he stepped into the gypsy from where the procession began, he was in fact gifted this saffron pagdi. You can see tirangas as well here in the procession. While he's moving towards the temple, let's tell our viewers that after so many hardships, after 9 years in prison, he is out now. He is here. He's with us. And he, in fact, will be felicitated now. We are showing you live visuals and pictures. And you can see that he's entering the park, and you can see that he's entering the park to seek blessings of Maruti Nandan. And from there, he will be felicitated by a group of senior citizen women who are already present at this location. While also, let's tell our viewers that it was in 2017 that he was granted bail. Before that, for 9 years, he was in jail. He was arrested. In fact, strong allegations have been raised against Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. The allegations which are now refuted by the NIA Special Court. And let's tell our viewers that the allegations which were raised against Lieutenant Colonel Purohit were very, very severe, which are now refuted by the NIA session. When you talk of the kind of allegations which were raised for which he was arrested, it was that he was the one to procure RDX from Kashmir and then keep that RDX at his residence. And later on, that RDX was used at the spot at the LML bike, which was used at the Malegaon blast. But yes, all of which has been proven wrong. He was accused of all this and much more. In fact, let's tell our viewers that it was not just Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. We have spoken to his wife. We could also speak to his son today, previously during the day, and they were in fact shattered.
Visuals there, ladies and gentlemen, coming live from Pune, where Lieutenant Colonel Purohit is all set to now visit the Maruti Nandan Mandir. It's a massive procession and a hero's welcome for Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, who comes back home to a crowd welcoming him. Very eminent personalities from the entire Marathi community there assembled to welcome him back to his home, where he comes today after 17 years as acquitted in the Malegaon blast case, a case in which saffron terror angle was floated by the political dispensation of the time. Serious allegations have now been made by not just Lieutenant Colonel Purohit himself, but also Sadhvi Pragya, who spoke to Republic and said that there was an attempt to, in fact, even name senior BJP leaders like Yogi Adityanath and even attempt to allude towards the involvement of Prime Minister, the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Narendra Modi, in this entire saffron terror angle that was being floated all the way back in 2008 onwards. Now today, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit returns back home, and you can see a saffron turban put up on his head there by enthusiastic crowds who are welcoming him with open arms. We also see actor Nitish Bharadwaj there interacting with Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. Many eminent personalities from all walks of society are present there. This is not just a sea of people welcoming a decorated army officer who has come back home as a hero, vindicated and acquitted in a case in which he was wrongly imprisoned and tortured, but this is also a vindication of the entire narrative that was allegedly created in the name of saffron terror politics. Today, these are scenes of joy on the streets of Pune as Lieutenant Colonel Purohit comes back home, shattering not just the allegations posted against him on the basis of proof and evidence and the lack of conclusivity of the entire botched investigation conducted by the Maharashtra ATS and presented in the NIA court, but he also comes back as a hero who has shattered the saffron terror and Hindu terror angle that was very desperately floated by the dispensation of the time. And today, him and all the other accused stand tall than ever before. Those are the visuals there of Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, flanked by his family members, his wife. We also saw just a few moments ago his son and his mother were also accompanying him. And on the streets of Pune, you can hear that only two chants going on today. One is Bharat Mata Ki Jai and the other is Vande Mataram. These are the slogans with which Lieutenant Colonel Purohit is being welcomed back home. Let's also listen in to the reactions coming in of all the eminent personalities who are also there. My colleague spoke to actor Nitish Bharadwaj also today, who is attending Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's homecoming. Let's listen into that reaction.
Number one, about Prasadji and his entire family, it's a big relief. We have seen them suffer for the last 17 years. And the kind of support that the family, the wife and sister and mother and the children, children have seen the worst time, his children. And I'm extremely happy and glad that it's all over now. And it's a big defeat for the ATS and the UPA government's use of ATS, abuse of ATS, and the defeat of this coined false terminology of saffron terror. There's nothing called saffron terror. In grammar, there is an alankar called virodhabhas. Okay? The two words are extremely opposite to each other. So if you say saffron, there cannot be terror. If you say terror, there cannot be saffron. Right? So saffron terror in principle fundamentally was a wrong terminology coined by the UPA government's leaders, and it's a defeat of that terminology.
One last question. Sir Parambir Singh, who was the additional commissioner back then of Maharashtra ATS, has in fact tortured Colonel Purohit and others. What do you have to say about that? What do you have to tell to Parambir Singh today if you happen to meet him?
I don't know, because I feel Hemant Karkare, Parambir Singh, they are all part of the executive, and they were used as pawns by the powers of the day. So they were not. I don't know. I need to ask Parambir. I know him very well. I need to ask him, how does he feel today? Because there is a history to this whole episode. There was a talk between Parambir and me, and there is a history which I cannot divulge today. Probably one day I will divulge, but I know how they were being used and abused. So they were only pawns. The main culprits of this entire episode are the UPA government ministers who used all these officers in a wrong way, and the families and families and families have suffered. Even Pragya Bharti. I was involved with Madhya Pradesh politics since 1999 till 2007. And I know Pragya as an ABVP worker, and she used to be my protocol officer whenever we would go for state level campaigning and what. Very, very straightforward person. She was not a sadhvi at that time in 2003.
Well, you can see Lieutenant Colonel Prasad. You can see Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit has entered this place where he will be felicitated. He is visiting the Maruti Nandan temple, which he has been visiting since he was a child. And you can see, I would ask my cameraman to kindly show you the visuals. He is now going to offer garland to Maruti Nandan. You can see, you can keep checking the visuals from our screen, which we are showing to our viewers. He is at this Maruti Nandan temple. He is now going to offer garland. Crackers are in fact being bursted right outside the vicinity of this park. And you can see how senior citizen women of this society, Shanti Sheela Society, who have organized this small felicitation event at this park, are surrounded, have surrounded Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. Well, in fact, we happen to speak to one of the senior citizen women today. While we spoke to her, she said that she is emotional, that 17-year-long battle has come to an end. And you can see the kind of love that Lieutenant Colonel Purohit is getting from the senior citizen women. These are the women who have organized a felicitation program, while he has just offered garland to Maruti Nandan. Now this is the exact temple which he used to visit even as a child. So there are memories attached to this temple. While if you look at the name of his residence, it is also Susmriti. Susmriti means beautiful memory. So he has weaved beautiful memories at this very place. Well, in fact, that house was built by his father, who was a bank officer. And he has given this name of Susmriti. But look at the kind of attachment which he shares with the residents and people of this society where he has spent his life. You can see that he is also accompanied by his wife as well as mother. While we also spoke to his son just a while back, and he also said that it was in fact a difficult journey for the entire family, and it was a crucial time for Lieutenant Colonel Purohit as well. When you speak of the strong allegations that were raised against Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, to come out of those allegations, one would require strength and will, as well as patience and perseverance, which Colonel Purohit has proved, which Lieutenant Colonel Purohit has time and again proved. You can keep seeing the visuals. He will now be seated in a chair, which is the senior citizens of Shanti Sheela Society have organized an event, and he will now be felicitated. He will be seated on a chair along with his wife, while you can also see the secretary of senior citizen, who is seated there right next to Colonel Purohit. And you can see the amount of people who have gathered here. We are showing you the mood from this very place. You can see how the number of people who are present here. Ma'am, would you like to speak something? Colonel Purohit is back. What would you want to
we are all so delighted, and we are so excited that he is back, and he is like our family member. This whole colony is like a family, so we are all excited and we are just enjoying the celebration.
So what have you exactly planned for Lieutenant Colonel Purohit?
We have planned this welcome ceremony. Now we shall greet him, and we have our local MLAs and all, they have come. So we'll have a proper ceremony, and then of course he will go home and be with the family for some time.
So this is a voice which we are getting for you from the location where Lieutenant Colonel Purohit will be felicitated. You can see he's seated with Rajya Sabha MP Medha Kulkarni as well is there right next to Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's wife. And you can see, in fact, the mood here while speaking to a few people around, they all said that we have seen this family struggle. We have seen this family struggle really hard. So this is what we have for you as of now from the location where Lieutenant Colonel Purohit will be felicitated just after a short while from now. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Gopi, for tracking those developments from Pune. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the visuals of Lieutenant Colonel Purohit there. He accorded a hero's welcome as he comes vindicated after the Malegaon blast case acquittal. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a very short break, but do not go anywhere. It's now time for this week's edition of Legends with Mr. Uday Kotak, who was present on Republic Media Network's campus. He has an enthralling conversation between Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami and Mr. Uday Kotak from his inspirational journey of the past to decoding the challenges of the present. Stay tuned for that broadcast right after this short break.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome our very special guest this evening. A very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of Republic Media Network as we come together for a very, very special edition of Legends presented by Ravin Group, Jode Zindagi Ke Taar, co-powered by Radico, Spirit of Excellence and Reliance Digital, personalizing technology. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we honor not just a professional legacy, but a personal philosophy, one that has redefined Indian banking, one that has reshaped the contours of business leadership and set new benchmarks for ethical capitalism in India. At Republic, we believe that legends are not defined by time. They themselves define time. And their ideas are not confined to boardrooms. They inspire a whole generation and many, many generations. And their decisions continue to ripple across the markets and also, of course, their vision transform a nation. So to begin this evening, we take a brief look at the journey of a network that celebrates those who dare to build, believe, and also lead. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin tonight's tribute, we open with a stirring classical performance, and we have a very young, talented artist here on stage, as you can see, Madhav Kalra. And this evening, Madhav is here offering a meditative musical tribute, echoing the spirit of legacy and excellence. A big round of applause for Madhav, please. That's, of course, an innings of inspiration indeed, sir. And it's our honor to welcome you to reflect on this remarkable journey. It is our privilege to invite the man himself, Mr. Uday Kotak, for a special conversation that promises insight, inspiration, and wisdom. Joining him on stage is Editor-in-Chief of Republic Media Network, Arnab Goswami. Thank you so much, and a big round of applause, please.
Sir, it's an absolute honor, privilege. I'm so happy, I'm delighted. I'm personally very moved, very moved that you flew down in your schedule from Mumbai. I'm sure you got other engagements in Delhi, but that you flew down to be with us, I think is a great thing. And to have a legend of the Indian corporate finance sector with us means a lot to us at the Republic Media Network. So let's give him a bigger round of applause and thank him for being with us. So a little bit of a personal angle I'd like to start with. August 2000 and, no, was it this October 2016, I went to the office of Kotak Mahindra Bank, not for a loan, but I had a piece of paper in my hand, which I had made 5 copies of. And I walked in, and I said, I have an appointment with Mr. Uday Kotak. And they took me straight in there. I was so nervous, because those were 5 copies of my proposed business plan for the Republic Media Network. And I told myself that if this man says no, because I was told, meet a neutral person, Arnab. There are many people who will tell you for their own reasons. Meet someone who has no agenda. I said, if this man says no, I'm not going to do it. And I'm grateful that you spent 2 hours with me. He gave me life lessons. He gave me a very neutral picture. And then he said, go ahead and do it. So whatever you're seeing here today, in a way you play a big role in making Republic happen. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Whatever you say today will be quoted. You know what Trump has been doing. But first I wanted to start by asking you, sir, that when you're recognized across as a legend today of the Indian corporate banking finance sector, how do you react to it?
First, I have to congratulate my fellow founder and entrepreneur in many ways. And we all go through the pangs and the pleasures and the journey of starting something and building it. So Arnab, congratulations in what Republic TV has become in 8 years and making us all very proud of a truly national communication company which hopefully is going global. And for me, the most interesting part of my journey is to see budding entrepreneurship succeed in every nook and corner of India. In our days, it was much tougher when I started in 1985. Since then, there has been more capital available, private equity available. Therefore, you're seeing a flourishing country of entrepreneurs. And what can make India great is entrepreneurship. And the big challenge in entrepreneurship, Arnab, as you would have gone through in your own journey, is from the excitement of doing creative things to building and managing processes, procedures, motivating talent to join you, and consistently being passionate to create something, along with a certain purpose in your life. And I am very, very proud when I see fellow entrepreneurs succeed in life. So congratulations on behalf of all of us to Arnab Goswami and the Republic TV.
You're very kind, sir. You're very kind. So we want to get to know you better. In this series, the most exciting thing for a lot of our people who are here today is to know the person behind the headline, to know the person behind the name. Uday Kotak is a very, very, very big name. And we want to get to know you better. Wouldn't we want to start with a little bit about what makes a person tick? What makes a person such a big name? Today, if I were to say the top 3 people in the world of Indian business and corporate sector, he would be one of the 3. So I would say this to you. Anyone who knows you knows that family is very important to you. So I want to start with non-business questions. I think it matters the most to you. You grew up, as was mentioned, in a joint family, a bustling one. 60 people under one roof. Something which is near impossible to comprehend for the nuclear family generation of today. And you've always said that you're a firm believer in the family concept. So can you just expand on that and how that has shaped your life?
So I was born in a home with 60 family members.
Hold it close.
Huh?
The mic close.
Yeah. I was born in a home with 60 family members and one kitchen. For many people who know how tough it is to have so many people in one kitchen, you understand the challenges of a joint family more than anything else. But family gave me a deep sense of culture. It gave me a sense of learning to live with contradictions between family members, uncles, aunts, parents, grandparents, cousins, sibling rivalries. We all would go to school in the same car. For a while, it was the bus. Then we got upgraded to a car, an ambassador car, where 4 or 5 of us as kids would be hustled in together. But the bonding and the pleasure of being together was awesome. And when I started Kotak, there's one thing I said: I want to bring the family culture to the fore in how we build the culture at Kotak. And if I have to say there is one point which I would strongly consider as an important aspect in our journey, it's the bonding, the family culture, and a people sense, which is at the core of successful institutions.
Does it help you deal with challenges also?
Of course, and differences, because I think
differences even in a corporate life.
One of the most important aspects of people is how open is the leader to listen to a point of view which is different from what is a standard point of view. And openness to listen and have people who are reasonably critical of a particular point of view is extremely important for a leader. The leader may agree or disagree, but the ability to listen to a contrarian point of view is crucial for leadership.
Are you patient?
I think I'm patient, but let me tell you one thing. I was more patient at 51, which is where you are right now, than I am at 66.
Why is that?
I think I no longer run the business day to day. I'm non-executive.
So you have to adjust more.
I've changed, and therefore I don't have to manage large teams as I used to. And when I left Kotak, we were more than 100,000 people. So
100,000 people.
That's the thing, and therefore you had to manage this. And I'm sure as you grow your people, and any entrepreneur grows people, the ability to have a different perspective, different points of view, but finally taking the decision which you have conviction in is extremely important. But weighing the opposing views as well.
That's very interesting life lessons. I saw that part on cricket. Now, what is your relationship with cricket? It seems to me you have still not made peace with the fact that you did not become a professional cricketer because you had that head injury.
Yes.
And I wanted to, that was a match, Kanga League match.
That's correct.
Tell me about the day when the ball hit you on the head, when you had surgery at the age of 19. I was told you were captain of your college team when you were starting to do your MBA at the Jamnalal Bajaj Institute.
That's correct.
Tell me about the day, and how did you reconcile with what happened that day and what impact that day had on your life?
So cricket was like a passion for me. I started from school. So this was at the 5th standard or the 6th standard. And I went to the Azad Maidan for the first time. And there was a coach who was supposed to be teaching us. And in the first few days of teaching, in addition to net practice batting and bowling, he would make us do fielding. And the coach was Ramakant Achrekar, well before he started coaching Sachin Tendulkar.
Yeah.
And he was a very tough coach. And on fielding, if you dropped a catch, you got a big stump hit on your bum. He would just hit you hard on this thing and say you cannot drop catches. Catches win matches. And from that training to actually batting, I am very grateful to Ramakant Achrekar for the early lessons. The man is no longer, and of course he's now produced one of the greatest cricketers of India, Sachin Tendulkar. So cricket was very much in the blood. For me, studies was a byproduct. I loved sports, and playing cricket was fun. And therefore, after I completed college and I was playing this match, I was hit by a cricket ball, and running between the wickets, a fielder from extra cover threw it and hit me on the head. Within an hour or so, I was fully unconscious. My left side was paralyzed. Rushed to hospital, brain surgery. And next morning, I was alive. So it was like a second life for me. But since then, my grandfather particularly said, no more cricket. And I just joined the Jamnalal Bajaj, and I hold the unique distinction because I lost a year because of cricket. that I completed my 2-year MBA in 3 years. So it took me longer, but I moved with the same passion into what I did. And at college, and this is again a very important lesson, you need some mentor. So one of my professors was a corporate finance professor called Professor Mankekar. And he was a finance manager in L&T, but every day after his class, he would be going to the stock exchange. So I literally, holding his finger, literally to say, I started going to the stock exchange with him. And he was a very smart finance man. He's probably one of the most successful investors. Many people know about him, Professor Shivanand Mankekar.
Yes, much has been written about him.
Yes, and some people say he is like the buffet of India. So, and I learned finance from him.
What is it that you learned that others did not learn?
And he said, P&Ls don't matter, profit and loss account doesn't matter. What matters is cash flow and discounted cash flow. You must make sure that you are focused on cash flow in the ultimate analysis, because that's what will count. And these are some very simple principles which Professor Mankekar taught me, and I'm grateful to him.
So, you know, can you explain that in layman terms? That basically now, you know, in this day and age where everybody wants to be a dollar billionaire within 6 months of getting the first round of funding, and everybody wants to be a unicorn, what does that mean, what you said? What does it mean in simple terms?
If you get money, in the initial stages, of course, you invest money, and you're investing more than you're earning, but you must have a game plan to see over time what is the cash generation happening in your business. Therefore, there may be year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. When you're investing money, you'll be negative cash flow. But you must reach a point where you become positive cash flow, because ultimately, cash generation from business is a critical part of sustainable business.
Tell me about the day you thought of starting your own bank, your own venture. Where were you placed in life? How old were you? How financially secure were you? What did you want to do it for? Did you want to make more money? Did you want your name on your bank like you've got it now? What gives you a bigger thrill today? I mean, let's go back to the day you started. Why did you start a bank of your own? What was the risk and what was the reward?
So I was in the second year of my MBA class, which was Jamnalal Bajaj. And, you know, you have all the companies coming to campus. I had done my summer job the previous year at Hindustan Lever. So one of the attractions was joining Hindustan Lever on completion of my 2 years.
Yep.
My father sat with me and said, son, what do you want to do? I said, my passion is finance, but I think I'll start a career professionally. He said, what if I convince the family to give you 200 square feet of office space at Flora Fountain, and you start on your own?
What business?
So originally it started as a financial advisory consulting business, converted to quickly bill discounting, and there was a gentleman called Mr. Sidney Pinto who actually made a big difference. He started merchant banking in India in Grindlays. He said, start your own bill discounting business. And we started with bill discounting for a company called Nelco, which was a Tata company where Mr. Ratan Tata started his career. So Nelco suppliers had a long wait to get the money because of the working capital cycles. So we started discounting bills for suppliers of Nelco, which is 90-day bills. And in those days, India was a closed economy. You would borrow money from a bank normally at 17%.
This is mid-80s?
This is mid-80s, 1983 or so, 83, 84. So you would borrow money at 17%. And if you gave money to your bank as a fixed deposit, they would pay you 6%. So I went to some family friends and said that what if I gave you a Tata company risk and instead of 6% you made 12? And I went to Nelco and said, I will give you significant amount of monies at 16 instead of 17. So send all your suppliers to us and we'll finance them at 16. So we would buy a bill of exchange at 16% and sell it to savers at 12% with a Tata name on due date. So the Tata company was paying on due date, and this 4% spread is what built our business. After that, another very interesting thing happened, and this is the story of Indian consumer and the Indian industry. Till 1989 in India, nobody financed cars. And consumer finance did not exist. For the first time in India, Citibank started financing cars. In those days, there was a concept of a higher purchase lending rate, which was 13%, which is you pay 13% on the original amount even as your installments come down. So effective IRR was 39%. And Citibank would finance people for cars. And 39% looked like a phenomenal rate. There was a shortage of cars. There was a waiting period of 6 months. So I remember going as a relatively young professional to Maruti, meeting then, I think Mr. Bhargav was the CEO then, telling him that what, Mr. Bhargav, if we gave you an advance booking for 5,000 cars at a time, interest-free, will you take that booking for cars through your dealers? He said, if I'm getting money interest-free for 6 months, I'm very happy. So we would be able to get cars for our customers once we started this, as soon as they wanted, because we had a continuing delivery. And we had only one condition. We are very happy to give you cars. We will not charge you a premium, but you'll have to take the car on finance from us. And we were very reasonable people. We said same terms as the great multinational Citibank. So our lending rates were the same as Citi. We would give an immediate car on delivery. We will take the hit of 6 months booking interest, which would come out of our spread, and our car business flourished. Then we went into the investment banking. I felt India was just changing. There was no concept of global capital markets. So I sought after Goldman Sachs, partnered with them, learned how capital markets worked, gave them a 25% stake in our business, and started investment banking and securities. 75% us, 25% them. Then we came to late 90s, we started a mutual fund business. In 2001, when Dr. Jalan was the RBI governor, we applied through the front door for a banking company. The RBI asked us to convert our existing NBFC into a banking company. So we became a full-fledged bank in 2003. Thereafter, both Goldman and Ford, who were our partners in the car finance business, we bought them back and became 100% owners of that business. And thereafter, we grew as a bank. 2008 happened, global financial crisis. My lesson from global financial crisis, a very important lesson, be very careful when you're reading a global newspaper. It colors you about your strategy in India, okay? Your strategy in India has to be based on your facts here. Don't get carried away by the headlines of the Wall Street Journal, okay? Extremely important, be yourself in India and grow. In 2014, we acquired ING Vaishya, which was owned 44% by ING, and merged it into Kotak Mahindra, and we became a larger company. Therefore, in many ways, it's a journey of great exhilaration. It's a journey of India's financial sector reform over time, and it's a fascinating journey. And then India went into significant challenges because of the bad lending which happened between 2008 and 2011 by Indian banks. And we, fortunately, were more cautious, so we did not have the same pain, and the marketplace rewarded us. So it's been phenomenal. I've really enjoyed the journey, and my message to every entrepreneur and every potential entrepreneur is start up, be at it, pursue with passion, and as you grow and as your creativity grows, keep on making sure you're having outstanding people work for you and build process along the way.
That's a fantastic 35-year period you've recapped so well. What was it that those who believed in you when you were 25, 26 saw in you?
I think they just felt that give this kid a chance. And the financial sector was...
Has to be. Financial sector does not work on giving a kid a chance. They must have seen something in you. They must have bet on something.
I think...
or rather, let me put it this way. What were you betting on? Because you were taking significant risk to say, I'm going to sell 5,000 cars, to go to Citibank and say, I'm going to make sure this happens. and then go back and have a percentage of interest, and then your margin was only 4%, but you were keen on getting the business first. So
correct.
what were you betting on?
What I was betting on was India's story. That India
in 1983, 84, you were betting on India's story.
Absolutely.
Was there a story to tell then?
It was a story of a very insecure India. It was a story of most of my friends wanting to fly overseas and settle down overseas. I took the contrarian bet. And having taken the contrarian bet, I bet on the financial sector. And that's what worked. It's fortunate because of a very closed economy. The financial sector was closed. It was just opening up. And we were lucky to be at the right place at the right time.
Was that all?
I mean, for me to say anything more, it's not fair.
No, but you were taking the decisions very quickly. Like when you gave 25% to Goldman Sachs, did you think, I'm going to let Goldman Sachs in and they're going to try and tell me what to do, I'll lose my independence? Was that a thought?
No.
Did they try to do that?
No. Which is why they were 25% and we were 75%. And Goldman was betting on us rather than us betting on Goldman.
No, I find your bet taking very curious, and I want that to be one of the learning lessons of this Legends episode, because you are from a business family, but they were into, I think, cotton business, and you got into a completely different area of business. So we still want to understand what made you take that plunge. And I found a quote very relevant in this regard. To put it in your own words, you said, the trouble with opportunity is that it never announces when it comes. It's only after it's gone that you realize that you missed it. What did a 26-year-old Uday Kotak think about opportunity at that point of time?
I think my view was that India's financial sector will open up. Therefore, get into each and every area of financial intermediation. One. Second, very important along the way, and something I followed all the way, that whatever you do, make sure it is within the law. Don't do anything which is outside the law. Therefore, even in bill discounting, we had a thorough examination that what we were doing was something which was permissible as an activity of buying and selling bills of exchange. So every step of the way, stay within the law and make sure that you're building a business on sound principles. But keep on taking the opportunity as it comes. Therefore, if you go step by step, when India was opening up on consumer finance, we were there. In investment banking, controller of capital issues went in 1991, we got into investment banking. Mutual funds, we got into in 1998. Life insurance in 2001 and banking in 2003. Therefore, the view was clear that India is opening up. Get into any aspect of financial intermediation as soon as it opens up. And don't use your head too much. Buy talent, buy expertise, but get into the business.
So get into the business, get market share, keep your cash flows going.
Yes.
Right? Be conservative and yet be audacious when it's required.
Correct.
Which is why you say always go for growth.
Absolutely.
Your quotation is go for growth. Let's get enterprise and animal spirits firing. Can you explain that comment of yours, which you've always repeated on many occasions?
I think very important, and this in my early journey, and I would like to say that Indian spirit, for the first 20 to 25 years of our journey, we really had the spirit. And even in the last 15 years, if I say, I would like to believe that spirit has been enhanced. Especially in the last 10 to 12 years, that you can do things. You must aim big and go after it. However, one of the challenges is that as the Indian financial sector has grown, we also have had significantly more regulatory guardrails, which is fully understandable and required.
Yes.
Having said that, as we grow, we must always keep the development and enterprise aspect alive and kicking. We should not reach a situation where, if I give an example, that if we should not move to a situation of zero accidents. A zero accident policy is a high risk to growth. Minimizing accidents is important, but a zero accident policy actually curbs growth. And in the backlash of what happened to the Indian banking sector between 2008 and 2013-14, when Indian banking really went berserk in the terms of credit, made us cautious to be lending boldly, fully understandable. But going forward, we need to make sure our focus is development and enterprise and minimizing accidents, not zero accidents.
Yeah, I find that very interesting because recently I was talking to someone, I said, why did we not move our defense industry fast enough? And the person said, well, you people in the media are responsible. I said, how are we responsible? They said, you were reporting so many scams, so the government wasn't clearing the budgets for defense, thinking that everything would be seen to be a scam. So I found that very self-contradictory, because if there's nothing to hide, there's no reason to not move. The fact that you stopped decision-making means that you were doing something wrong. So I find that very interesting. Now, in the present situation, we are in a very uniquely poised situation. We heard the Prime Minister say fifth, fourth, third largest economy. He said that in the US Congress, and I'm sure not everybody was happy about it. They may applaud it. So in the present context, I'm trying to now get you into the present context in which we are. When Mr. Piyush Goyal was speaking at a startup event recently, that comment went viral, where he said, where are India's startups of today? We are focused on food delivery apps, turning unemployed youth into cheap labor so that the rich can get their meals without moving out of the house. Now, that comment was seen a bit out of context. He was making a deeper comment on the need for us to have an economy that is focused on research, development, innovation, and manufacturing. It was not just a critique of the gig economy. Now, we have a gig economy versus deep tech issue going on in our country. How do you view this? Because we have to understand the message that needs to go across to India's youth, to India's startups. They're not about making money. It's about doing businesses that grow your country as well. You're constantly talking about betting on India. But then we need to bet on those areas which will make our country great. Are we doing that enough, sir?
I think I will add a couple of points. First, I actually believe the next generation of business families is becoming too much of financial investors instead of going out there and building businesses, operating businesses.
They're investing existing money.
Yes. Created by the family and saying, oh, I'm running a family office as a young guy of 30 or 35. Instead of saying, I'm out there in the trenches building something. What India needs is middle manufacturing. We have done a lot for MSME. There is a large amount of big business, or at least there are very big players. What we need is middle India in manufacturing. And entrepreneurs of today, startups of today, don't go into middle manufacturing, which is sizes or project sizes between 50 crores plus, which is the MSME limit, to 1,000 crores. This is the area where we must make it interesting for fresh entrepreneurs and provide capital, including startup capital and, if necessary, support from government to build middle manufacturing in India. India's manufacturing share of our total GDP is now 14%. For us to become a truly global power, we need that to be in the 20s. And I would go all out to support technology related to manufacturing along with research in a whole host of areas to get a better balance in addition to the huge growth in services. I think agriculture will come with its challenges. We should still build it. My father is a great believer in Indian agriculture. But as a financial services person, I passionately believe India needs middle-size, mid-size manufacturing, and entrepreneurs must be encouraged to go out on the streets. And it's a tough life. You're dealing with inspectors, setting up, factory approvals, policies, state governments, central governments. Arnab, I would strongly encourage through your channel to push for entrepreneurship to go into building manufacturing and operating businesses for the future.
So let's say this is 2025, right? And it is the 31st of July, 2025, and 20-year-old Uday Kotak has gone into bat at Azad Maidan. Unfortunately, 20-year-old Uday Kotak gets hit by a ball on his head while trying to take a second run. and wakes up in the next morning out of paralysis and alive. And then he tells his father, I'm going into business. And suppose your father says, beta, go to any business but not finance and not cotton. In the context of what you just said, what business would you have gone into? Which will be indicative of what the India story you view is likely to be.
I would certainly consider manufacturing and mid-sized manufacturing in whichever space. It could be engineering, it could be pharma, it could be a whole host of areas of manufacturing. I would go into that. The way to build success is to be able to do things which other people think at that point of time is not doable or very difficult.
Such as today?
Such as starting Republic TV. Starting Kotak when we did.
Right.
Because people said financial services in 1985 in a closed economy, what a stupid idea.
Impossible, they say. Yep.
And 97% of Indian banking was public sector.
Yep.
But that was the opportunity.
Yep.
And you take it, as I say, when others find it uninteresting or don't even think about it.
Yep. I find your concept of roti very interesting. I want you to talk a little bit about it. Your concept of roti, return on time invested. Return on time invested is a concept which fascinates me a lot, right? We need to use it in our daily lives in every way. And who better to learn this from than Mr. Uday Kotak himself? You've often said, go relentlessly for productivity, but believe in roti. Return on time investment. Can you expand on it with any real life examples?
जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, उस देश में रोटी बढ़नी है. How do we increase return on our time invested? Each of us has a limited time on our planet Earth, professionally or otherwise. Okay? For every moment we spend, are we feeling that we are making progress at the speed at which we need to? And let us measure, and this actually comes from the concept of discounted cash flow. Okay? It's discounted cash flow of a lifespan. Okay? And I do believe India can do a lot more in this area of roti. We need to get our judicial system, our overall administrative system, the reform system to make return on time invested for every Indian better. Relentlessly focus on roti and change the destiny of this country. Why should cases in courts take years? It moves, I think it's one of the most fascinating intergenerational stories about how the court case of a grandfather continues.
100%, absolutely.
And similarly in many areas, roti is what is holding back even say manufacturing. Why do people go into services of food delivery and all that? Because roti in manufacturing is difficult. How do we make roti easy? How do we make it attractive? Therefore, Arnab, that is what we really need to crack.
Day-to-day life, sir, what would it be?
Day-to-day life is, when you are doing your business, your work, take your calls based on how you will get return for what you're doing. Return in not just financial terms. It could be pleasure, it could be satisfaction, it could be completion of something.
Learning.
Measure. Measure what you do and how can you do it more productively. Because finally, there's a finite time each of us have in our lives. And if we don't measure return on our time, roti will really hurt us in terms of our long-term future.
Yeah. A personal observation. You've served corporates, you've built companies. People like Uday Kotak should be serving the country. My personal view, do you agree with me, ladies and gentlemen? In today's day and age of Donald Trump, Trumponomics, we have to come to the subject of the day. And it's so interesting. Yesterday when this happened, I said to myself that Donald Trump probably knows that Uday Kotak is coming to Republic, so he can get a headline out of him. Now, the question we need to know and the question the world wants to know, how do we deal with Donald Trump? You know, yesterday I could not believe it when he says, and the way he speaks. So there are many things, sir. There are the way he speaks and the decisions he takes. 25% plus 10%, and then as if that is not enough, then you go and call the Indian economic policy, tariff issues obnoxious. As if that is not enough, you say, I am going to help dig oil in Pakistan. I think Pakistan will one day export oil to India. And that is not enough. Then post on Truth Social saying that I don't care about the dead economy of India and the dead economy of Russia. Good luck to them, etc. So it's, it seems petty, of course. There are a lot of people who say ignore him, but then we can't ignore the economics behind it. So can I have your overall understanding and sense of the situation and how you would have dealt with it, sir, if you were in government, and what you feel about the way the Modi government is dealing with this present situation, sir? Thank you, sir.
Arnab, I believe in a first principle, simple line. Power is power. And Donald Trump has inherited US power. It is the power of the US dollar, it's the power of the US financial system, it's the power of the US military, it's the power of US hegemony in terms of being the largest economy in the world. It has happened over a long period of time. Donald Trump is sitting on that seat and leveraging that. You can do it in the short run. And he's doing it in the short run. I genuinely believe over time, there's a very important aspect of trust. Why do people put money in dollars? They trust it. And trust takes a long time to build, but can be eroded very fast. And I genuinely feel that the approach which the US has taken may serve it in the short run. But in the long run, it will have a price which the United States of America will pay to the world. And I genuinely feel the US in many ways is playing into China's hands. And what we have to watch out for is in this battle, we are still an emerging power. There is a large power which is the US, the second largest power which is China. How do we as an emerging power do not get caught in this crossfire and find our own journey independent of these two, at the same time realizing that this is a global chessboard? One of our challenges is we have a certain important agenda, which I always call is the domestic political economy.
Political agenda, yes, yes.
And then there is a global agenda. At times, the narratives between the two have to be distinct. And we should not be caught in the middle of these two narratives in terms of deciding what is right for us. And Donald Trump knows what India does not like. He has kept on poking that, hyphenating Pakistan and India, because he knows what is irritating Indians. We should not fall to his bait. We should be clear that there are areas we may have to agree. And there are areas we will have to take a position. But either way, I think we've also got to be clear. The man has huge ego.
Yeah, we know
somebody is going to take care of that and make sure that we are playing to it in a manner which is not inconsistent with our domestic objectives. But playing to his ego is an important part of the narrative. You're seeing a world of strong men, okay? And in many countries. And you just saw the way he annihilated Europe in the negotiation. Europe gave away a lot, had to say zero duty for US goods into Europe against 15% duty on European goods into US. I don't think Europeans are happy, but they gave in. The only people who are standing tough against Trump at this stage, and I'm keeping India as a separate discussion, is China. Because China has something to give. US needed the rare earths. US needs things from China because otherwise their domestic economy slows down. Therefore, I am a genuine believer that finally power is power and India has to dramatically increase its speed for building our raw power. And we, on the economic side, have a lot to do to turbocharge India's growth.
What do we have leverage with vis-a-vis Trump There must be something he wants from us. Now, we can't give in on everything on agriculture because we have our own domestic interests, not just our domestic politics to take care of, and he's pushing agriculture. He's pushing dairy products. We have our farmers, we have our Amul, we have our local interests, which we also need to protect. So how do we balance it out? Because he's going to be unrelenting here on. And how much can this hit India if this continues unresolved?
This is a game of chess. What stops India from posturing for a better economic relationship with China?
Our strategic relationship has not been seen to be very good.
I'm talking about economic relationship.
Can you separate the two?
My view is we have to play the cards which will make the US uncomfortable. And economics, China has a $100 billion trade surplus with us. We have taken a strategic call that we will get closer to the US and to that extent be a little distant from China. But if US is going the way it is, we have to find what makes sense for us. Finally, it is self-interest.
But if they have a $100 billion trade surplus with us, is it Chinese leverage on us or our leverage on China?
But China already has that.
They already have it. So aren't we supposed to reduce it?
How will you reduce it? Now you will have a challenge.
Shouldn't we do that?
But that is back to domestic manufacturing.
Yes.
I mean, India imports Ganeshas and Rakhis.
Yes. Shouldn't we stop doing that?
But then we have to produce cheaper here.
Can we produce cheaper here?
We should. And
mixers, grinders, Ganeshas, Rakhis, everything.
What can India do to make things in time, that is return on time invested, and more productively and cheaper?
But that will take time.
But you have to start.
But do we have that time with Trump also breathing down our neck from the other side?
What's our choice?
What's our choice? Do we have a choice?
We have to go whole hog turbocharge. If necessary, the government has to give steroids for building.
What steroids would that be?
I would say give capital support to mid-sector manufacturing.
Do we have that level of capital available?
I think the government has to give it out of the budgets. One of the great things India has done in the last few years is phenomenal macroeconomic stability. Great control over fiscal deficit. We got to manage that. I think there have been many areas of success on our macroeconomic side. We have to use that leverage to turbocharge India's businesses.
But you're also walking a thin line geostrategically. You mentioned domestic politics to be one thing and international economics on the other.
Yeah.
May I add a third dimension, which is geostrategic stability? We've been through Operation Sindoor. We don't like the hyphenation with Pakistan. It's unfair. But the fact is that we have a long border with China. We have a long, troublesome border with Pakistan, right? And a line of control. We have to hold our own. We are in no camp, right? And we are still a few years away from getting to that level of defense production and capacity that we should to counter China completely.